December, what day is today? December 8th. Fed week out from rollover, and a lot to talk about today. Maybe not a ton of action, but who knows? You never know. Leading into a Fed meeting. Joining me in studio, senior economist, Mrs. Schuchart. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Craig. That's our strategy, Craig Shapiro. Welcome. Good morning. Morning, Craig. And the big winner, my guy, Indiana Hoosiers. They beat Ohio State. He's representing the week out from rollover, the Hoosier shirt. And Hoosier Nation out there in chat, the three of you that are out there, put a message in chat. Senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
It is a glorious day here on the island. I don't care if it's raining. I don't care what the temperature is, man. But the Hoosiers pulled through. It was glorious.
I got to tell you, beating Ohio State, number one in the country, that's pretty big from a school you never would have thought would be number one in the country in college football. The world is... or the United States of SEC football.
Ahí estoy, pasando de no hablar con mi banco en años a preguntar día sí día también por la clave de acceso online. Así, en lo que añado a la
Yeah,
cesta...
but I'm going to talk about this with PAX too, because Coach Sig he has got some great philosophies that, when you listen to his philosophies about smart, disciplined, poise, play to a standard, all of this stuff 100% correlates to trading. I'm going to get into it with PAX next time I talk to him, because it's really a good mindset.
Oh, yeah, no, I look forward to that. When we talk with PAX, I'm not here Wednesday. We have a Fed meeting, so we're going to talk about that a lot this week. I wrote in my note this morning, we're getting ready for a hawkish cut. I mean, the market is so backwards right now. This is really where we are. Hey, we're going to cut, but we're hawkish, and I know we'll talk about that with you, Craig and Shai, but it's a week leading into that, and we've got rollover. Ease your way into the week, everybody. That'll be my message throughout the morning. Right now the market's continuing to chop just a little bit higher. Again, this is what December bull markets look like. This is nothing new. Everyone thinks that they look toppy or they're running out of gas. We're waiting for a headline. No one wants to be long. And you just look at the chart, and each day we just chiseling away at another high. A lot to talk about, though, I think, in the bond market today. That, I think, is the real story. But before we get into that, Shai, the news.
So we have the Trump administration plans to unveil the long-awaited farm aid package today, offering $12 billion in assistance to a key base of support hit hard by low crop prices. The aid will include $11 billion in one-time payments to crop farmers under the Department of Ag's newly designed Farmer Bridge Assistance Program, while the remaining is reserved for crops not covered under the FBA. President Trump plans to announce this package around 2 p.m. in Washington today, with corn, cotton, sorghum, soybean, rice, cattle, wheat, and potato farmers alongside Bessent and Agriculture Secretary Rollins. So Trump will be speaking at 2 today. It is about this farm aid package. We have the dollar easing as investors gear up for a tricky Fed decision. We just talked about this. Most analysts expect a hawkish cut, where the language of the statement and medium forecast and Jerome Powell's press conference point to a higher bar on further rate reduction could support the dollar if expectations are dialed back for the 2 or 3 cuts for next year. Again, this messaging could be complicated, as we talked to before, because we're probably going to have more dissents than we've had in years. So I think everybody's kind of going to be talking about that ahead of the rate decision this week for certain. We also have, moving on to crude oil, we have China's November crude oil imports reached the highest daily level in 27 months. So I don't know, again, where that no demand picture is coming from, but China's crude oil imports rose 4.88% in November from a year earlier, and again, highest in 27 months. This morning we talked about we need more power, so we had a big deal just announced with NextEra Energy and Google to add capacity. NextEra is like the leading energy infrastructure company. Obviously the shares are up on that, obviously because, U.S. electricity is a concern as demand grows due to rapid AI adoption here. It looks like people are talking about stocks and Bitcoins are breaking up, I guess. Bitcoin declined during a positive S&P 500 year for the first time in a decade. So with the recent drawdown in Bitcoin, it's likely done now, flushing out those weaker speculative hands. People left holding it are staunch long-term advocates, a big percentage of whom probably have owned it forever. Again, we're probably going to see lackluster institutional flows back into that particular product as everybody kind of wants to dress their books for the end of the year, and probably will focus on what has been working and not what has not been working, and likely to probably see inflows next year, in my opinion. As we go to bonds, you mentioned bonds this morning, we are seeing the curve start to roll over again into the open. It's very weak. We're kind of in no man's land right now. We have breached that bottom trend line, aka head and shoulders neckline, if you want to call it that. Everybody knows I hate that pattern, but they are looking a little bit shaky. So, equities have showed strength on this move down. That said, if we kind of see a quickened rise in yields, that could have a possibility of kind of throwing some cold water on the attempted rally, and maybe we kind of just drift sideways more than kind of go straight up. Again, if we see a large move in the yields. And that is the news for today.
First off, I got to address the Bitcoin correlation with stocks. I've been against this since I started to see people tweet about it. I mean, just as something correlates sometimes does not mean that they correlate. To me, real correlations are like dollar against currencies, dollar against metals and crude, because they're denominated in dollars. That's a real correlation. S&P and NASDAQ, they correlate, because they share common stocks within them. To me, I've never looked at a portfolio and said I'm going to be buying NASDAQ or S&P because Bitcoin is going up, or vice versa. I understand coming into the weekend that people look at that as like, is it a risk on, risk off type scenario? But I think aside from that, I've never seen any real value in it. And it's funny, it gets talked about all the time as if it really matters, but they're totally different. I mean, I don't see any reason why I would buy Bitcoin or buy NASDAQ because Bitcoin is going up.
I think somebody did. There was a correlation, and it's like less than 50% correlated.
There you go. I mean, yeah, great. I mean, it's whatever. So I see that talked about all the time on X, and I don't get into it with people on X because there's so much. If I had it correct where I think a lot of people are wrong, well, some of it's just opinion, and an opinion is fine. But I just feel like it's one of those things that's just talked about so much, and I don't know how much validity it really has. I mean, again, it proved me wrong if the math is there that we're correlated with Bitcoin, 80-90% of the time, over time, then that's one thing. But it is what it is. And I think, again, when I look at the overall theme, because I really back things up, and I always look at markets as an overall theme. Look, this is a crypto administration. This is a stock administration. They're probably going to correlate again at some point, right? And again, they are this year. That's fine. But again, you look at what's happening and behind the scenes. That to me is really where I'm going to keep my focus on. They also want a weak dollar, and it goes back to the bond market today. The bond market did make a lower low. It's interesting to see. You have the 10-year yield at 4.15 this morning. I don't know what the 30-year is, but it's probably pushing 5% now. It's probably getting
it's close to it's a little over 4.8.
Yeah, 4.8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So still, I mean, it's knocking on a 5 handle when. Just not too long ago, Craig, I go, we're going to see a high 3 handle in 10-year. We're almost knocking on a 4.15 in 10s. Again, that's the story today, Craig. That's what I see when I look at the markets. Like, that's something that if there's anything that can kind of derail this December bull market grind higher in equities, obviously the Fed meeting this week, we'll see what comes of it. But how the bonds react to it is where I go.
Yeah. And we've also taken a lot of volatility out of the bond market and out of the equity market over the course of the last 2.5 weeks. So we're really compressed coming into this Fed meeting, which is different than the character of a bunch of the other Fed meetings we've had over the course of the last year, plus. So there seems like there's a fair bit of complacency about this meeting, even though it seems like that's all we're going to talk about this week and everyone's focused on it. It seems like the equity market has a different narrative than what the bond market is pricing in regarding this meeting. I feel like the equity market believes the cut. Look, it's nearly 100% chance of a cut. There will be dissents, probably 2 hawkish dissents, maybe 3. And the real question will be on the press conference: how does Powell characterize the last 4 months of his term next year? Is the Fed going to be continuing to move in a direction of cutting rates early in the term? Or are they going to be more likely to hold off because inflation remains sticky and because folks are concerned about loose financial conditions, right? They still see the equity market at the highs. They see credit spreads at the tights. They see the high part of the K-shaped economy doing incredibly well, bolstering 3% plus GDP growth. And they're saying, we're close to neutral here. We don't need to be cutting more early in the year. And that will potentially derail kind of this equity narrative about the Fed's desire to provide more accommodation in the face of a slowing labor market, right? All the data that we're getting in the labor market continues to be sluggish. I mean, the only data point last week which was constructive was the claims data, but clearly that was Thanksgiving related. So I suspect we're going to see a big jump in claims this week, which will deal with the normalization of that data point. So labor market is slowing. We don't get the next NFP until after the Fed meeting. I think the hawks are going to try to put kind of a one last stand. This is why we're getting this hawkish cut, narrative going around. But look, when the Fed's cutting rates, it's not hawkish. Now the question is, exactly, is it hawkish because the market's already priced in? In order for the Fed to provide more accommodation, more liquidity, they need to do more than what's being priced. And so if we're only going to be pricing in, 2 cuts for next year, that's discouraging for equity market investors. And I think that's a potential message that'll be delivered in the press conference or with the dot plot.
Yeah.
And I think one thing that could scare the market a little bit is if we have a very dovish cut, because the market's not really expecting that, and that means things are a lot worse than we thought that they were. So something to keep an eye on, although that is definitely not consensus.
Yeah. I keep going back to the energy situation where we talk about it. You see demand, but yet the energy market can't get off its butt here, and it just continues to just sit just below $60 in crude oil prices. And again, I go back to that conversation that we had. We've had multiple, Shai. I mean, go back to multiple guests where I've asked this question: is it simply there's just not enough demand for oil? Is there just production so efficient and so good and the greatest economy ever? Or is the economy just not that good and it's being really reflected in oil prices? Or oil comes alive next week or next year at some point and it really shows something? Because again, the 2 things that I look at going into next year or going into, because I mean, we talk about, we still have a lot left of this year to happen, but I still think energy and bond yields are the 2 things I keep the closest eye on as far as I'm concerned. I mean, metals are doing their thing. Crypto's doing their thing. I think they are obviously all part of this whole story. But buying yields starting to spike higher, and I'd be very curious to see what oil starts to do, is where I start to look at the tape and go, do equities start to say, that's interesting?
Well, yeah, I mean, crude is 88% correlated to the 10-year yield. So if we really see yields start to spike, we likely will see a spike in oil prices.
Exactly. That's my point. I mean, you can't anticipate that not hurting equities. I mean, at some point that does. I mean, again, let's go to the tape. We'll talk with Jimmy, sporting the IU shirt. S&P this morning up 11, 68.89, near 6,900. We're only $10 away. 11. Nasdaq's 25,814, up 82 this morning. Russell's up $12, 25.37. 48,023 in the Dow. We've got energy this morning. Crude oil again, 59.38, down 70 cents. Gets above 60, can't hold, comes right back. What a shocker! It's been the same trade over and over again. Natty gas sitting just above $5 at 5.06 this morning, down almost 4.5%. So it's getting clipped quite a bit here this morning in natural gas, but still relatively bid. But it's natural gas; it moves 4 or 5%. It's not that big
in
of
a
deal.
second.
Yeah. Again, bond market, 30-year. March contract, 115.16, below recent lows. Friday was a big day in the bond market. Took out that consolidation low we've been looking at for some time. As Jimmy and Craig said, yields above 4.8 on the 30s. You've got 10-year this morning at 4.148, not getting hurt like the 30-year, but nonetheless it's down, again, leading into a Fed meeting. Keep an eye on it this week. We get into currencies. Dollar pretty much flat against everything today. Yen modestly down against it, and the euro is modestly up against the dollar. Nothing really to talk about there, but we'll keep an eye on that throughout the rest of the week and see what's going on there. Bitcoin this morning, 92,000 in change. That's on the futures. So again, Jimmy, what'd you see in the overnight tape?
Yeah, I mean, an overnight tape, there's two things that struck out again, similar to the last week. I mean, all the cryptos are up, right? We're talking Ether up 4.19%, Sol 4.4, XRP 3.9, the Bitcoin almost to 3. So that whole asset class got a boost. And, I logged in the Kraken Pro app on Sunday and Saturday night, but Sunday just to kind of see where we're at. And it gave us a really good continuation analysis you could use because these are 24-hour markets, a lot of these. So that's number one. Those are big percentages, even though the price is kind of stuck in the mud. But for day traders, there's some great opportunities there. We got a little bit of an inside bar still, but almost an equal and opposite in the Bitcoin. So it'll be interesting to see where we go on the open for that market. The other one was crude oil. I'm sorry, copper. Copper kind of is a little bit of a pause today after a 10-day rally. And we're just kind of sitting there, paused today, but I'm super bullish here on this market for reasons of my own and for reasons that Shai and Craig pointed out. So we'll see if that can just arrest and we continue that move up or not. But that's a market I'm excited about.
Yeah, that chart does look pretty bullish. Yeah, I mean, you have to start to think that inflation is knocking on the door again, and I think that's the hawkish cut. I don't know what you guys think about it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the global long ends are driving up U.S. rates, right? We're seeing JGB yields 30-plus year highs. Last week, German 10-year, German 30-year yields started to really break out again, too. So we know global sovereigns are under pressure as deficit acceleration is coming next year. Japan's deficit spending, Germany, China, the U.S., everyone is deficit spending. We also know we have the AI CapEx story that's increasingly going to be debt financed. And so that's a call on longer term capital that's pressuring global long ends. And so even though the U.S. economy seems to be struggling in the labor market away from the AI CapEx story, which would be bond bullish, you have these other factors that are going on that are pressuring the long end. And the last couple of things I mentioned, the idea of Hassett, I think, is scaring some in the bond market as he is will be seen as a shill for Trump and pushing an aggressive cutting agenda that concerns the long end, and so that's being priced in to a little bit, I think. And then lastly, it's the Supreme Court hearing, right, on tariffs. So if we lose, the administration loses the case, and we may get a ruling as early as today. So keep an eye out for the Monday Supreme Court rulings. Trump had an angry tweet about tariffs yesterday, which possibly suggests that he's concerned that he's going to lose this case today. That's another hole in the government's deficit story, $150 billion. That would be a problem for the deficit reduction narrative that's helped bonds this year. So that'd be some pressure, too, on the long end.
I just started busting out laughing. Hassett he's kind of a show.
Well, and he's an outsider. He's a Fed outsider, and so I think he's going to have a lot of problem gaining any kind of support within the Federal Reserve if he is indeed taking over Powell's place.
I mean, this could be a big problem if this guy gets in. What this looks like. I mean, it's going to drive me crazy because I have to sit here and talk about it every morning. But it's like this guy could be. Wow, what that could look like. But we'll see. We'll see. Back to you, Jimmy. Looking at the tape overnight, I agree. Copper, that stands out to me, thanks to you pointing that out, of what looks like a dominant trend. I think that, and like I said, looking at the bond market as weakness is the only two real dominant trends because they're actually breaking out. I mean, equities still look bullish to me, but they're not looking at like as a dominant trend. Is anything else coming out to you today on this Monday morning?
Let's talk about the bonds for a second. So in the September leading up to the September meeting, I like to think that the 30-year kind of sees things ahead of time, right? Moves a little bit in advance of other markets. But moving into that September meeting, it was nothing but green candles and then a consolidation in the last 3 or 4 days. Once that rate cut hit, boom, bond prices fell. Same pattern happened for the very next FOMC meeting, where you had this kind of rally go on here in bond prices, consolidation, boom, meeting hits, sell-off. Today, though, this is the opposite. This is exact opposite. Now, I know 2 meetings don't make a trend, but Now we're kind of selling off, selling off, selling off, kind of hitting. I don't know, we have a doji right now today. I mean, we're just kind of like definitely paused, at least for now. So I'm wondering, let's think about what the potential is here. The potential could be the exact same pattern, but in the opposite direction, should things kind of come out the way they come out. But right now, anticipation is pretty negative right here. We still have this area of resistance and support down here that's on my radar screen. It would require a 114 print. For me to get that kind of area of support again, just from a regular chart. But with FOMC on Wednesday, everything's out the window. So I'm not saying get long bonds right now because we're going to have this opposite reaction, but it is a pattern we've seen the last couple of sessions.
Yeah. We haven't talked much about the metals this morning. I mean, gold sitting at 42.36.
Platinum up.
Platinum's up.
Platinum up and palladium's up. So, and we've kind of talked about platinum group metals before. We are in a deficit, and they're not only, platinum store of value, but also both industrial metals.
Yeah. Platinum is coiling, to steal a term from Tracy.
It's looking good, though.
But, I mean, the rotation in and out of the different metals, just, again, I can't look away from that as future inflation and what that ultimately means next year. I mean, again, equities this year, I said this for, I don't know, a couple months. Didn't I say it, Craig? I said they're going to put a blind eye up to it. I said there's going to be a shimmy shake. There will be a sell-off. I bought it. I bought the dip in equities, and I've been long out of it. But at the end of the day, this is what you see in December bull markets. They don't give back the whole year. They do have a little bit of a rotation, October, November, and now they almost put a blind eye up to everything. And again, the one thing we talk about, equities, nothing matters to equities until they matter. And in this window, I'm not sure they matter. We'll see what the Fed brings. We've got rollover. But I definitely think a lot of this stuff does start to happen that we're talking about.
Yeah, and at the end of the year, you have to realize you have the most buybacks at the end of the year. You have everybody trying to make their books look good. And so, that's why we have this Santa rally. Even though we do have some extraneous things that could happen to derail this market a bit, I think any significant pullback will still get bid up into the end of the year. When it comes to next year, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that really does change my thinking is a headline, because headlines are unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen with a headline, and you don't know how market participants are going to react to any specific headline. But those are the outside of the norm type scenarios. And again, when I look at the market this year right now, it's just they're going to just continue to chip away. A couple minutes left before we get in this morning's Edge Report, and we've got Dave Collum today, which I'm excited about, to talk with him, see what he thinks about markets. Shai, kind of final thoughts before we get into Dave today.
So I think everybody really keep an eye on the bond market today, because I think that's going to kind of foretell probably what could happen in other markets, crude and ES. If we really start to see bonds drop, yields rise quickly, that could be, a problem for the equity markets. Not that they'll flush out, but, it could kind of pause this rally a little bit.
Or at least create some volatility, which I think all the traders in this room right now would
not mind.
Like to see. We haven't talked about the VIX. What's that looking like? I'm just curious where we are. I'm sure it's positive gamma, but
yeah, it is. I was going to mention. I mean, you think about the big pools of liquidity are the movements in volatility, the Fed and Treasury, right? So what we've seen over the course of the last few weeks has been just a massive volatility suppression across all asset classes. We've seen it in the equity market, bond market, gold vol has come in quite a bit as well. And so that has really provided a lot of liquidity to the market and really helped the equities rally over the course of the last couple of weeks here post that Thursday right before Thanksgiving with the NVIDIA turnaround. That's basically a thing of the past now. So it's going to be harder to get volatility suppression between now and the end of the year, particularly into a Fed meeting Wednesday, BOJ meeting next week, NFP next week, CPI next week, right? There's still a lot of data between now and the end of the year. Volatility is probably putting in a bit of a floor here. Think about Treasury. A lot of issuance this week, 3 years today, 10s tomorrow, 30s on Thursday. So a ton of bond supply coming. That's probably part of the little bit of the weakness that we're seeing at the beginning of the week too. As far as what Treasury can do to add liquidity, not really much, right? The TGA is kind of flat at the end of the year. We know what the issuance calendar looks like. No surprises really from Treasury. And then the last bucket is the Fed. And so really all eyes on the Fed. Will the Fed be able to provide more liquidity into the end of the year and for the early part of next year than is already being priced? I think with these hawks on the Fed and this talk of Hassett, more likely to see this, quote unquote, hawkish dynamic developing from the Powell presser, from the dot plot. I think if we don't get the Treasury liquidity, we don't have the Fed, and we've already done a lot of movement with volatility, it could create some more choppy headlines, choppy trading into the end of the year here. Doesn't mean things are going to necessarily crash into the close of the year, but we've come a long way this year, and I suspect a lot of people are looking to book some gains, and particularly as we turn into January, anybody who's holding off from selling winners this year is probably going to look at that in January. So, could be a slow start to next year.
What it really feels like to me is like probably if I put my memory, go back into my memory bank and look at years that I've seen like this, it's almost like a mini capitulation potentially higher into the end of the year where it's like it's real choppy, and then all of a sudden you have this decent move that's higher, and then we'll see what happens from there because it feels like it's just building up. Nobody looks at this chart, self included, and says, boy, I can't wait to get in here. Again, it gets really hard to manage risk when you're up here because you can't be really short for the medium time frames like myself. You can't really be short. I mean, I wouldn't be short. And it's hard to be long because where am I wrong with it? The stop is so wide, for any sort of medium term position. It's just, and again, so what eventually happens, it's kind of like this, and then we'll see. But anyway, we'll get to that, and we'll have to trade from A to B anyway. It's about that time, everybody, for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with the E-mini S&P really quick. Daily candle chart right now, series of higher highs, series of higher lows. Have not quite touched the November high at 69.09 half. Getting there though. We have a little bit of a baby candle, low volume. Look at the bottom of my chart right here. This is basically volume, and I have a 34 period moving average, and we've been low volume for, I don't know, several days in a row now, and today is no exception with the E-mini trading only 95,000 contracts so far. Fib retracement, forget about it. There's nothing to see there. We have a nice 8 EMA crossed above that 21, and they're separating. The 21 and the 50 separating. So this is consistent with what we're seeing on the chart here. And we have that ultimate wick way up here. That high is 52 even, and then we got a PAX line up there. It's 69.80. So 3 targets to the upside should we continue to march up from a bigger picture point of view. Intraday, we have some great targets as well. We have that JAX 1 level at 6,900. That's from Mentor Q. Let me get this thing situated a little bit better. There we go. Really nice volume profile so far. Maybe a capital, not even a capital P shape. I would just say that this is kind of skewed to the top side here. We're just south of that point of control right now, and that's approximately 88.75. We're above VWAP, but we've been trading through VWAP back and forth along with that 9 EMA. That seems to be very popular these days. On the downside, we have that JAX 4 level down here, and that's approximately 75. Not that much to think about on the London initial balance, although it was consistently negative. So keep that in mind going into your bias. But we're above VWAP right now, which is a good sign. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin here. The Bitcoin is also interesting. I'm not counting it out yet, even though I'm still looking for that double bottom here in the April lows. We have an inside bar so far, but it's a decent size inside bar, right? There is some push to the upside here. We're above that 8 EMA right now in that rotation zone between the 8 and the 21, right at a 38.1% retracement from this recent sell-off that we had that started on the 11th. Intraday, check this out. 1 day max rears its head again, framing the top of the conversation. That's at 92,400. We're just kind of broke put support right now, and volume profile, yeah, it's a P shape, but it's not very mature yet, so we're gonna have to wait as we get more data. But right now we're firmly above that session VWAP as well. So right now, just kind of a casual retracement back down going into the open. Should we continue to break though, we do have some JAX levels around 91,000, and we have that pivot a little bit lower here at 90,250, and then some blind spots in another JAX 1 down at 89,000. So there are targets on the downside. Previous session's highs right at here at 93,000, and then above that, a lot of open space. And so you get to the call resistance at 95,000 on the Bitcoin. Dr. Copper, let's squeeze in Dr. Copper real quick here. I'm looking at my counter. We got time. Let's do it. So just like the IU game, I'm telling you. This is the pause I'm talking about. So this is a really nice kind of step formation. We talked about it a lot. One step, two step, three step, four step. These are swing lows that keep getting higher and higher. A little bit of a stall, and then boom, we broke out big time. We had that double top here at 27.55. We broke through that. Moving averages again, they're diverging. They're just aggressively sloping up. Today we have a doji, right? A little bit of a pause, and we're probably going to see this in a lot of markets today. Baby candle just kind of sitting here toward the top frame in the top of the conversation. Intraday, though, there are some targets. Should we get some movement past this doji kind of formation right now? We have that point of control we just kind of broke through a couple minutes ago. And we got Jacks 3. We've been wicking through Jacks 3. We get to that Jacks 3 level, 5.44, and buyers came in once, twice, three times, four times, pushing us back up to that point of control. On the top side, Jacks 4, I think, is a really nice price point, 5.47, because it's at the top of the value area. We're going to see if we can get some value area trading when we don't, and then look for breakouts. But until then, value area trading is the way I'm thinking of this market today. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
We have Dave Collum. He is currently the Betty R. Miller Professor of Chemistry at Cornell University. He's been involved in several roles at Cornell for 40 years, but he is also known as an economic commentator, best known for his outspoken views on financial markets, public policy, and global macroeconomic trends. Also best known for his year-end review that literally everybody in the financial world reads. So looking forward to seeing what his views on the market are today.
Yeah, I've read it, and it's long, and it's got to take him a long time. All right, let's bring in Dave.
How you doing, guys? I'm okay. I'm going to announce here that it's going to break hearts. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to write one this year. Actually, I've backed away from it. Long story. I'll piss off people if I tell you why. So I started like hitch like a robot. You can't write 300 pages without being 100% on it. I just couldn't do it. So that's just life. So I'll just keep doing what I do, but probably not that.
I don't blame you, Dave. When you look at it, you did it for a lot of years, and it was unbelievably detailed, and it had to take you a long time and a lot of coffee and just mental capacity. It chews up probably your whole holiday season for the most part. But we've appreciated the time that you have there. Yeah.
Well, the way I phrase it is, during writing season, my wife will say something like, "Okay, you son of a bitch, you're ignoring me. I'll do it myself." And my thought is, what a funny way to start a conversation. I feel bad about it. It actually does hurt a little bit. There's reasons why. This year's not a coincidence. I almost peaked when I hit Tucker Carlson, and that actually triggered the hitching that ultimately has been a problem.
This is a whole new peak here, Dave, with Ninja Trader Live, just so you know.
That's right. Tucker was just a warm-up band for you guys. Listen to you guys. I learned my technical analysis from my dogs. I have 5 of them, and they have a rule that when one barks, they all have to bark. And so in many ways, when you guys talk about something, going up, going down, whatever, I just think of my dogs all agreeing to bark at the same time. And so it doesn't surprise me that if you guys are looking at the same squiggles, you get the same result. So I'm a low frequency there, Dave. Yeah, I'm a low frequency trader. I only bought one thing this year, and that was platinum, and I bought it 9 times, I think, 9 different occasions. It's the one bullish case that I was willing to make this year. And I think at some point, I'm a valuation guy completely, which has been painful as hell, but I refuse to. I'm a boomer, so I refuse to grow a brain stem. And so at some point, I think the markets, you guys are going to be short selling. You guys, you traders are going to be hammering away on the shorts, and I will be sitting in the cheap seats watching it out of the splash zone in safety. Now, with that said, my risk assets, which are approximately 50% of my net worth, The other being real estate. I have a very expensive house. Fixed income, things like that. I don't call that a risk asset, at least the way I buy them. So about half of everything I own is a risk asset, and I'm up 65%. So something's working pretty well this year. And at the same time, the markets look broken to me. You guys, I'm sure, can handle it. I listen to you guys chatter, and you guys, high enough frequency that you will adjust as they force you to adjust. But I think the boomers are going to get their asses kicked like there's no tomorrow. I have us at, crudely speaking, 200% over historical average valuation. I can defend that with about 20 different metrics. And the beatings it will take to wring that out of the system are going to be unimaginable. Right at the moment where the boomers can least afford it, which is not a coincidence. It's the very fact that they needed this rally to get square with their retirement accounts is why it occurred. And so I think the passive flows at some point will reverse, and then Mike Green's air pockets will show up. So
yeah,
so sorry to bring doom
that he put out.
Yeah,
no,
I read a rough draft. He sent me a rough draft of a paper he's written a piece. Oh, that thing on the poverty line. Boy, did he get a lot of shit for that one. Holy moly. The poverty line and $140,000. That really drew fire. But the principle of the paper, forget about the number. The principle of the paper was spot on correct. and that you have far more expenses now to just exist in this world than you had in 1963. That's his message.
So let's talk about why. I mean, obviously you do all this analysis. You're not just coming out and saying, we're getting ready to become short sellers without some real reasoning. What's the reason?
Well, no, I'm not getting ready to short. I've shorted twice and made money both times. I made about 30% both times, but it was evidence of it was foolish. Short selling's for pros and for fools, and I would be in the latter category. So I'll never short again. Why? Well, the best analogy is Richard Russell's, where someone said, "Why can't this keep going?" And he said, "Go into your kid's room and start stacking blocks." And he says, "What happens?" Well, you keep stacking them. Eventually, the stack gets so high that it becomes hyper shock sensitive. So the more displaced from equilibrium you are, and I'm telling you this as a physical scientist, the more destructive the return trip to equilibrium is. And so if you get 200% over historical average valuation, the return trip is going to be violent, not necessarily temporally, meaning not necessarily real quick. I don't think we're going to do a 60% swan dive. I think what we're going to do is, because the markets are so conditioned to trade, and not you guys, people with their 401ks thinking they're investing, not knowing they're speculating, because they're buying NVIDIA, not knowing it. They're going to rot to death, in my opinion. They're going to. I think the prices have to come down. I think as the wealth transfer generationally, I think they will reprice in that process. I think the houses will reprice. I think everything will reprice as the boomers. And some guy was talking about the other day, I did a podcast, which I went totally nuts on. I lost my shit, actually. The boomers to become consumers, which is what was offered to me, they have to sell stuff. You don't just get to consume. You got to sell if you've collected assets, right? You don't have all your money in a checking account, so you got to sell your equities and your bonds and stuff to consume. Who's going to buy it, right? There's not a wealthy enough generation following up. People have made the argument that that we've gone more global, and I dug into that argument, saying, well, okay, price to GDP, Buffett's favorite price, is again way the hell out of whack. Sorry, I don't know how the rating on your show is here. and they say, well, that's because we're now more global. And I dug into it, and it turns out the S&P's global business has risen in the last 30 years from something like 36% to 41%. So you can account for 5% of the S&P's growth by virtue of the global expansion of the S&P. I think my math tells me that it's not a big deal. It's not 5%. It's actually 5% of. Put it this way: it's not a factor. It's not a multiple. The Mag 7 in the last 10 years collectively their revenues have grown probably. Their share price has grown 5 to 7 times their revenue growth. That's insanity to me. That's the crazy pill time. And so I believe Nvidia is going to drop 20x at some point. I think Microsoft's going to drop 5x. I think Apple's going to drop 10x. I think that this is going to be a bloodbath. And it's not going to be all in one day. Don't ever title. I've now started begging podcasters, don't title "Column calls a crash." Column never calls a crash. I don't believe in crashes. I don't think they achieve anything because the dip buyers, you traders, will jump in and cover it. The short sellers won't. They're all dead. But the Chanos and stuff, they've been run out of the game. So, which is a problem, because they used to be the first buyers. So there's my doom and gloom.
So where do you find safety in this sort of scenario? Are you precious metals, or what are you looking at?
I don't know. I don't know if they're safe, but I've made a ton of money on them. So I was buying gold in '99 at 28% below NAV when it was selling for $270 an ounce. So you can do the math on that. So I was buying gold as I'm like $220 an ounce. I don't know. I'm buying silver at around $4 an ounce. Again, because my first purchases were in Central Fund of Canada's, and it was trading well below NAV because there was about 4 or 5 of us in the world who wanted to buy the metals, and so that you couldn't give them away. Gordon Brown couldn't give them away. No one wanted them, and I don't know how I white knuckled through that period. I was buying gold for about 2 years before it turned around. And I've held on ever since, and in the knots, in an attempt simply to hedge inflation. There was no wisdom here. It was just, I think inflation's coming, therefore I got to hedge it. I talked to Jimmy Rogers, partner in the Rogers Raw Material Funds, for 2 hours, and market maker, and said, no, I don't like this, too weird. So I ended up going into Fidelity and buying about 6 Fidelity materials and energy funds, starting around 2000, 2001. And I inadvertently, by mistake, caught the commodity run. And so my only positions in the knots were pretty much energy, gold, 2 short positions that I told you about and that paid, and energy, gold, and cash equivalent. So the knots were phenomenal for me. I compounded 13%. So through the teens, I think I compounded a whopping 5% or something. So while everyone partied to a drunken stupor, I was the designated driver, apparently. And I'll take 4 or 5%. That's okay with me. I don't want to lose. That's what I don't want to do. So what I failed to do, the biggest mistake I ever made was in '09, when everyone was selling in a panic, I was not buying out of greed. I was convinced there was another halving in our future. And I think I was correct based on historical record. The historical record completely lacked the scenario in which central banks would drop $30 trillion into the market. And so that's the part of the thing that I don't think there's a person on the surface of the earth who would have predicted or did predict that magnitude of intervention. And so what I thought was a dead cat bounce and whatever, it's never looked back. So the markets were reasonably cheap in '09. But I thought there was another halving in there. I thought I was going to get a real 1932, 33 moment. And I shouldn't have played it that way. What I should have done is said, at fair value, how many equities do I want to own? That's what the question I should ask. So I'm ready this time, hopefully. And hopefully I'll ignore the direction that the markets are moving and position myself at the valuation the markets are currently sitting at. That's the way I'll think about it this time, I hope. I hope it comes soon, because I'm 70 years old now. At 80, you're not supposed to be buying Nvidia cheap. You're supposed to be sitting in treasuries, and so if this takes longer than I hope, then I'm going to be out of the game chronologically. Temporally, I'll be out of the game. But I'm one of the last value guys left, and most of the other ones have adjusted and said, look, you got to play this game. Like, listen to Mike Green. And he says, you got to do it because of the passive flows. As I said, I had a copy of Mike wrote a paper on value investing, a lot of differential equations, which I didn't go through because I can't. I will be watching this paper when it arrives, because I put in one really big suggestion, and that is he was missing a paragraph describing. And I said, I use the golden retriever, explain like I'm a golden retriever line, explaining what it would take to reverse the passive flows, because I believe that will be a monumental period in history. And that could include, capital flows from abroad coming home, moving away from the U.S. for some geopolitical reason, maybe. I don't know. A recession? No, we don't have those anymore, do we? I think we will.
We
actually.
don't, Dave.
Yeah. I know they're taken off the table now.
They just pull those right out.
Maybe boomers getting older. Rumor has it they will get older. They will start selling. And someone said it well. Said just because you need good returns doesn't mean you're going to get them. And I think the boomers, that's what they're going to really suffer.
I'm proof
from.
of that. Yeah,
and
I've seen that happen in my life.
well,
Dave, I gotta go ahead.
No,
I was gonna say we're out of time, but I wanted to give you a chance to give one final thoughts on maybe again, you're not writing the paper this year. Any final thoughts or anything you want to give to the viewers out there as we close out 2025, which, as far as I'm concerned, was the fastest year in history. I don't know what else to say. Any closing thoughts on 2025 before we let you go today?
Well, just bear in mind that Graham and Dodd and Buffett, if you look at the return on the S&P throughout the 20th century, adjusted for inflation using M2, capital gains, the return is zero. And with adjustment with a total return, it's 3.73%. I think was a number that Ron Grice came up with. Buffett says 4%, so those guys agree. So if you think this year's return of 21% is normal, you need to see a psychiatrist. And by the way, number 2, rate cuts are bearish. Rate cuts are bearish. Last 2 times they went into an aggressive rate cut, the market's cut in half. The last 2 times.
I agree with you there. I don't love that. Dave, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you.
Again, I totally get why you're not doing the letter, and I wish you all the best this holiday
feel
season.
bad.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, my friend, and we'll see you next time.
You betcha. It was fun.
He's an interesting guy.
He's an interesting guy. But, he is very well known. He literally knows everybody in the financial world.
Yeah.
Jim Rogers, he knows. And he talks to these guys, which is crazy. Yeah. So
he speaks right at whatever is at the edge
of his brain.
Mind.
I know.
He lets it go, and I love it.
I think we got a lot of good info from him. So
for sure, and again, if you don't have people like Dave out there talking about what they're thinking, look at everybody. A lot of people have this similar thoughts to what he just mentioned, right? And and he has background in research and telling people why he thinks this way. So he's not just spouting from wherever,
Right.
And just saying things. He has things to back it up, and yeah. So anyway, Shai, anything to lead off before we go into farm, and I try to go from Dave to farm.
Transition. No, just, markets may be a little bit boring until the Fed meeting. We all know that. Hurry up, wait for the Fed. So keep an eye on things that could cause big moves, such as the bond market.
Yeah, no, agreed. All right, Shai, we'll see you in chat.
All right, thanks.
All right, farm, how you doing? Good morning.
Good morning. After listening to Dave, my desk is levitating a few feet off the ground. I don't know. What about you, Deli?
Yeah, I mean, really, I wanted to bring up the Russell, but I didn't really want.
Where's
I want to
fair
get things
value?
fired up.
We know.
It's 0. I wanted to hear him say it. I mean, we wanted someone else to say it, so you had another friend on the network who totally is with you. So
Absolutely.
So, all right, let's go right into the charts today because we chewed up a little bit into your time. I'm going to start off with what I'm seeing in gold. And so for me, gold it's the bull market that you don't want to see what happened on the first day of the month happen, right? You have a market that takes out a previous month's high, okay? And then it's the high of the month. And since then, we've just consolidated in that one big move down on the second day of the month. And when I look at gold, and I know a lot more people are trading gold right now, gold really has to get above and stay above what I'm looking at as the open for the month. Otherwise, I think that gold continues to struggle here. And you look at where gold opened up for the month, which is right there. And you see how it's just like trying to get above it, right? They've, as the Utes talk about, we got a POTUS alert. Let's see. I'll have Shai put in the commentary what she has there. That's a pretty cool new feature there, too. Did you see that, Farm? POTUS alert?
I see that.
Very, very, very fancy network here. But when you look at this here, can't get back above the opening for the month, and you see how it keeps getting defended by the sellers. And it's hard for me to see a bullish case for gold right now because I think it's going to continue to probably rotate over. And so when I see that, that's something that I keep very much in mind, especially in a market that's had a stronger year as it has in gold. And I said this with you on the first day of every month. The first day of the month, they've been buying gold. And majority of the time, they've followed through, right? This month, they have not so far. And so if gold gets back above the opening for the month, let's just give you that price so everyone has it. They open the month at 42.58.5. If it gets above there, I think that the bulls have an opportunity to continue what they've done. If it doesn't, it's going to struggle. So that's kind of, I don't have line in the sand type analysis, but that's something that I look at very closely. Next, I want to talk about the bonds. Here's in the bond market where I look at and go, interesting, going into a Fed meeting this week, you have the bonds take out the previous month lows, which are right here. We talked about 115.24. It wasn't previous months. It was the September lows, to be clear, but it's previous months lows. And now we're in this downward moving trend, and we have Bollinger Bands opening like a mouth, which I always say, anytime I see that and you're below the moving averages, that's pretty bearish. And you go from a consolidation for several months into a bearish move lower. Watch that into the Fed this week. If it starts to get hammered, the next areas I had was like right around 114.15 to 114.18, which is another full point. And then below there comes in right around 113.25-ish. I'd be interested to see what equities think about that if that were to happen. If I'm just charting the bond market, not knowing that there's a Fed meeting this week, it's one of those things where I'd likely be short. It's a hard trade right now because you have so much macro backdrop of what's happening in the bond market, and people always say they go to the bond market first to see what it's telling us. They say it's always smarter than the equity market. I don't really agree with that. I just think that the reason why the bond market is looked at first is because it's all institutional. I mean, you don't have really any retail money sitting in here, right? And so it's all institutional. Pretty much whatever, let's call it 99 point whatever % is institutional. It's not like a bunch of locals or retail traders are averaging positions up in the 30-year bond. And so when you look at that, it's one of those things where you would say that there's probably a stronger hand in those positionings when they're positioned this way in the bond market, which continues to be sellers. We'll see what the Fed meeting brings this week. I think it does if nothing else, it brings volatility into equities, we hope. So keep an eye on this. If you see bonds start to accelerate lower with any sort of velocity, that could spill over into what's going to happen into the equity market. I'm not saying it will, I'm saying it could. So keep an eye on it. And I definitely will be watching that very closely. And we'll see what that looks like into the Fed meeting. I also want to go over real quick into the S&P, and then I'll hand it over to you. S&P, I talked about this. I was a buyer of the dip back in here. I've covered it. My targets were roughly 67.98, and it's called 6,800. Since then, I looked at it and just, from a swing position, the time frame that I trade, it is so difficult to put any risk on here for a medium-term player right now. For short-term traders, yeah, you have this grindy higher, which is probably very boring for most of them. That's why most people are trading NASDAQ in here anyway. But when you look at the S&P, you look at it, it's like you don't have the medium-term to long-term traders doing much in here because where are we wrong? I mean, it's like if I wanted to get back in long now, I mean, I'd have to put a stop down at like 125 points lower, for what's my target? I mean, to make a third of that, if that. I mean, to me, I think 69.16, I've talked about that. That's a short-term target for me. I do believe if we should probably make new highs. I know Pax has talked about 69.80 as an area he looks at. I don't have anything with 69.80. I always look to see if I have something with him. My next area above 69.16 comes all the way in at 71 and change. And I said this earlier with Craig this morning. It would not surprise me to see if we got back above low 6900s. This market could move, man, with some serious mini capitulation type into the end of the year or even into January. I just don't see a way to manage any risk from a medium-term time frame on the short side, which I actually think helps this market grind higher. It doesn't help it move higher with any sort of quick movement because, again, you don't have a ton of short sellers here. They're looking at it going, what do you're sitting here for, you're on a hope trade. Where are you wrong? I mean, recent highs, okay, whatever. And they just keep running them. It's a tough trade, basically what I'm saying here for medium to longer term time frame traders like myself. I think for short term traders, it just tells you just be small and smart, ease your way into the week. Don't get over aggressive on stuff. So, Farm, I know we're a little short on time. We'll expand it more for you. Let's see what you have inside the indexes here.
Yeah, shorter frames with ES and NQ. We've got a little bit of structural conflict here between the two, so I'll just flip back real quick. So you can see ES is broadly capped below this kind of 91, 93 spot, which is effectively keeping it, in the primary distribution from Friday. And so for me, the play was, shorting failed pops through this range, potentially, longs. You can see what we did on ES. It's quite literally just probed Friday's value area, looked at value area low, said no thanks, came back up to the top, and then hit this, what I've got as a weekly level. Whereas NQ, on the flip side, is sitting sort of above that same structural equivalent, right? So NQ came into some supply here. And I think this 761 to 769 is going to be key today. I mean, if NQ gives this back, then it opens the overnight low potentially. ES being a little bit more neutral. I mean, NQ to me leans bullish, but that's where I say there's some structural conflict with ES sort of sitting still trapped in range to me, and NQ, leaning a little bit more constructive, I would say. So the biggest thing for me, I mentioned last night, I mean, I feel like there's a little bit of a heightened risk of a liquidation break here. Not like red alert, but like yellow alert. And I think that would be then like your swing opportunity to get long potentially if we can break the market even like 1%, right? 2%, that's like level 6 circuit breaker nowadays, this time of year anyways. But that's the kind of thing that I would be looking for is, if this gets a little sleepy, because sellers have been heavy on pops, selling highs. Mentioned last night, like the one thing that really has bothered me is the fact that we're selling rallies, we're selling breakouts, we're selling trend days up into a December Santa rally when QT has ended and the Fed is cutting rates. So That seems a little fishy to me, and just has my hackles up a little bit and a little bit cautious. So if I'm gonna pick on something based on today on the short side, ES I would say is probably preferred. I am short from this, had to cover some quickly because again NQ is looking constructive. But if ES gets back through these 80s, I think there's potential for basically Friday's low. 66.5 to 69 is the weekly level that I'm using. Again, a lot of this is going to depend on NQ. So we talk about this a lot. You like to see at least the big boys run together, move together, and have some structural confluence. And we just don't have that today. So I would say NQ leans bullish to me while it's above 761 to 769. ES is broadly neutral, but looks good. I mean, it didn't want to go below yesterday or Friday's value area low. So if it doesn't want to go lower, kind of wants to go higher. It has now probed that upper test. We got to see what cash hours does. We have not seen a single day where cash hour sellers have come in and been willing to initiate below a prior day low, right? Last Monday, we gapped down overnight, but then it was just a big gap down buy. So there was nothing bearish in price here. Sellers have not shown a willingness to sell through a low. They've just been content to lurk at highs. And so as long as that remains the case, bulls will remain in control. I do think dip buying, constructive dip buying is to be preferred, and then just cautious on those rips. And if you've got an opportunity to find a solid short, I think that's okay here. Pick on the weaker one. And again, that's kind of what I'm looking at. Is my plan is to be, pick out one good long each day, and then I'm going to look at the highs and look and see if I can catch a liquidation break. Is kind of my plan. No interest in giving back gains, so I do think that longs on dips are broadly favored, and that's kind of where the money will be. You just have to be careful if and when we finally get that day where the dip keeps dipping, and it'll probably be boring. It'll probably be on FOMC, right? We'll get that liquidation break, and then it'll just snap right back up the same day. Because I do think regardless of whether it's on FOMC or not, a liquidation break is going to get bought. So, this isn't any kind of intermediate time frame liquidation that I'm talking about, though I do have some intermediate time frame concerns given the fact that, breakouts are being sold, rallies are being sold, trend days are being sold. That just doesn't sit well with me, I guess, Deli.
Yeah. I mean, when I look at this tape, this is what a December bull market tape looks like. I mean, how many of these have I seen? From my days on the trading floor to when I was sitting alone in my office in Florida when I had just moved here. I mean, I've been through so many of these types of months where I look at it and just go, what do you expect? I mean, there's nothing new to this to me. And, I think that this is, a week where we're heading into FOMC. We have an opportunity, maybe, just maybe, to get some last minute volatility. You see President Trump with a POTUS alert. We'll see what happens with some things that he may be discussing. But unless it's an outside announcement, if you just block all that out and you don't look at any of that, and I look at this tape and knowing that there is nothing really going to potentially happen with any headlines, this is what a December bull market looks like. I don't know if you haven't traded them before, welcome to December in a primary trend market. And there's going to be a lot of talk about why this rally probably shouldn't keep going higher. And again, it gets in these places where we are right now, where you just can't manage risk from the medium to longer term time frames, right? Because I go back to it. I'm a swing trader. I look at this tape and go, where am I wrong? I don't care about where I think it's going. Where am I wrong? I can't be short. And if I'm long, I want to be long, but where's my risk? And so you can expect some chop. And again, because you don't have a lot of multi-time frame traders coming out, putting positions here, it's why volume decreases. It's so many times I've seen this get in that moment where it's like you're above the moving averages, you're kind of in limbo. They had that little bit of a shimmy shake move earlier, and here we are. So for short-term day traders, it just means be small and smart. Don't overthink it. Don't overtrade a tape that doesn't warrant it. Farm. Great Sunday show last night, by the way. That was really awesome. You guys are really hitting your stride. Everyone, if you haven't checked out the Sunday show, make sure you go and check that out. And of course, my guy Farm is with me here in mornings for a lot of the days pre-market prep. Check out what he's doing on Substack and X. Farm, I'll see you later.
We'll see you later. Take care.
All right, everybody. It's Mondays. It's Mondays. It's Monday, not Mondays, although it is kind of, a repetitive pattern these days. On these Mondays, we come in and it's been kind of quiet, gap up. Everyone goes, "What a surprise! A gap up on a Monday." But who better to trade a gap up on a quiet Monday than Tanya, who comes in? And I always say, cool, calm, and collected. Let's get ready to trade the open with Tanya Trades.
Hello,
morning, Tanya.
happy Monday.
Wish I was there.
Yes, I took her to one of my favorite brunch spots. It was great. Yeah. It was nice to meet with her in person, like considering she's local to the tri-state area. So I was like, we actually talked about it on stream last week, and I was like, oh, wait, you're in New Jersey? Let's come through, you know? So
Yeah.
it's nice. It's nice
Nice.
because you don't really get the chance to meet other traders in person all the time, nonetheless, other people that you interact with on the daily. So it was nice.
Yeah, no, that was really great to see. And I haven't met Selma in person. One of the few on the network I haven't met in person. I can't wait to meet her. And yeah, that was always great to see that. So coming in on a Monday, Tanya, you get your gap up again. I mean, how many times do we see it? I feel like I have the same conversation with you over and over again. Here we are on a Monday, a little bit of a gap higher, low volume, low volatility. What are you seeing?
Totally. I mean, like, yeah, the weekly last week was pretty small bodied. So I have last week's high marked out and the weekly open marked out. And like you said, you know, got to be really smart about my spots where I'm going to get long. I'm still long biased. I'm sure Chad is also. Last week, probably, honestly, the beginning of the week was Monday went well here with Jade Cap. He's great for me. He's a great influence because he's just like calm and collected, and same thing, just provides less pressure on me to take too many trades and things like that. So we got a nice long that day. But like Tuesday, Wednesday definitely was all over the place for me because I was like trying to long, and then, these wicks were terrible to me. So today, kind of like you said, it's a slow grinding market to the upside. So if that's what it is, and there's not really so much I could do to chase it. So I don't want to be chasing. I'm marking out the weekly open. I'd rather get long below the weekly open, and see how that goes, honestly. But yeah, it's pretty slow. I don't think we have any news today, right?
No hard data. I know that President Trump has got some stuff with the commodities market later this afternoon, and I saw a tweet come out already from him on our POTUS alert, which we've added, and that
Okay.
markets didn't move off of that. So
Ooh,
yeah,
we got a little notice alert that'll pop up onto the screen here.
yeah.
Oh, that's sick. Okay.
We're moving and shaking. There's a lot more to add to the network. So we felt it was important to have those POTUS alerts. I don't know if you guys caught that earlier as well. If you're just coming into chat now, if President Trump does put out a tweet, we're scanning them, and there it is. There it is, Tanya.
Oh, perfect. U.S. President Trump posts on Truth, there must be only one rule book if we are going to continue to lead in AI, and I'll be doing a one rule executive order this week. You can't expect a company to get 50 approvals every time they want to do something. All right. Okay, that's going to be interesting, especially with AI, that buzzword that the market loves,
I
and
know.
all those high frequency trading
Yeah.
algos love that too. Okay, great.
Yep.
Yeah, considering it's like I said last week, honestly, like, yeah, it was slow. I said at the end of last week, I'm going like half my usual size because I just need to get back into the groove of this market. Friday was decent. I got a small scalp short after we hit my target on the upside. Like you said, yeah, it's a gap up. We did come back, fill it immediately at 8 p.m. And then we've kind of grinded higher slowly. So have the weekly open. I mean, I'd rather get long below it, but I don't know. We're not too far from it though. We're about 70 points from it. But the daily ranges have gotten smaller. The ATRs have gotten smaller, so that's really something to take note of nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, if people aren't adjusting risk on a normal basis, on a regular basis, I should say, I don't know what to say, because for me, I've always looked at it as simple as this. What can I make back? And that's just really the way
Hmm.
I've always looked at it. When it's busy, I'm taking bigger risks. When it's slower, I'm taking smaller risks. If I'm doing well, I'm taking bigger risks. That's just
Hmm.
the way I've always been. I'm not taking the same amount of risk all the time. And when it gets slower, you just trade smaller. Stay in the game. I've had this conversation with Kane many times, and he knows that my theme is continually, as I tell traders that are, at the beginning of their career or even towards the middle of it, if you're day trading each and every day, the goal is just to stay in the game, exist long enough to see moments when the market environment is conducive to your strategy. Everybody's strategy works sometimes. Nothing works all the time. Not all market environments are great for whatever strategy you have. So just trade smaller. I mean, that's just the way I look at it. It's just live to fight another day. It sounds so boring, but it's like, again, it's what we are right now. And I think when you look at this, unless your strategy is really perfectly set up for low volume, low volatility bull markets, which maybe some of you have that, then that's when you're expanding your risk a little bit here. But for people like me and maybe you and probably many others in chat, and just identify the market environment. What is it? Fed week, rollovers a week away too, Tanya. We didn't even talk about that. We're trading. You believe we're going to be trading March contract next week?
Yeah. Time flies. I remember when we just rolled to this contract. Like, what? Time truly does
Yeah.
fly. Yeah. So, yeah, like you said, lower volume, and that kind of market can definitely get me frustrated. And like what I've just written on my notepad is like literally, what opportunities are there? It's like just a question to be asking. Just come to the market in the morning, look at, okay, what opportunities are there? If there's none, if you don't feel like there are any, then that's fine. You know, sometimes
Yeah.
you get stopped out and then you're like, okay, that was my try for the long, and that was my literally what I wanted to see exactly. And then I got stopped out. Okay, then literally it's time to walk away because that was the one idea I wanted that panned out and then it didn't work out. So then just walk away and come back the next day and then ask the same question, what opportunities are there? Otherwise, you start getting too zoomed in.
No, I love that. And I love that you write that down. I think it's the simplicity of that, which is
Yeah.
what makes that so impactful, you know? So,
Yeah. Because like you'll forget in the middle of the training session, something happens, and then you'll just literally forget. It's important to write
oh,
things down. I like going analog. You got the paper notebooks.
yeah. And if you want a digital paper route, I bought one of these Remarkables a while back. Have you ever used one of these?
You know what? I feel like T has that, and he recommended it to me. But no, that's like the one with no blue light, right?
Yeah, no, it's literally it's kind of like a Kindle. I never had a Kindle,
Yeah.
but it's like got that screen where you can write on it. It's cool.
Yeah, I'll look into that because I was thinking about, getting a tablet, and that's probably better than an iPad because there's no backlight to that, right?
No, there's a it's well actually
It's like a yellow, maybe.
yeah it's there's no backlight to it. You're right, but it's like when you look at it, you can see it has like a very slight bit of it that pops it up. Let's see if I
Okay.
can get it open, but I got my notes on there. Yeah, so it looks like this. What did I put on there? Oh yeah, so this you have multiple pages, so it looks like that.
Yeah, yeah, I like that. So it looks like you're writing on paper. Does it feel like you're writing on paper with the stylus, or
Yeah, yeah.
feels good?
I wrote
And you
Tanya
could
on there.
Nice.
What do
Okay,
you think,
cool.
Chad? Should we give one of these away before the end of the year? You guys like
I
this?
think so. I'll enter.
Yeah.
I'm just joking.
I think we got to do one on. Yeah, I think we got to do one of these on Tanya's stream. Although there's not enough likes, Tanya, for me to do another giveaway coming up with one of
Uh-oh.
these. We need the likes to be up significantly, and then we're going to talk with Tanya, and I think maybe we do one of these giveaways for a possible remarkable. But yeah, they're
That'd be
really
good.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Tanya. Any before I let you go, did you make any pies this weekend? I didn't see any pictures. I was lurking.
No, actually, I didn't. I got my Christmas tree up and I decorated that.
Ooh,
Got busy doing some decorating. But that's for definitely next week and definitely like towards like the week of Christmas, I'll be baking. I won't be trading at all really the week of Christmas, so we'll be posting about that for sure.
cool. All right, chat, show some love to Tanya. Hit that like and subscribe button. Never miss an episode of Ninja Trader Live, bringing you all sorts of good stuff here this morning. We had POTUS alerts that we had on the screen. We had Dave Collin. We had Farm, and of course, the macro team this morning. And then we have Tanya trading live throughout the morning. Hard to believe again, Tanya, before I go, 162,000. You and I did a show. We were like, I think the 150K we hit that Monday was like 6 weeks ago. And so thanks to everyone in chat for continuing to subscribe. We really appreciate it.
Woohoo! Best chat on YouTube.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Tanya, chat. I'll see you guys later.
Ciao. What's up, chat? Any requests for pies in the chat? What pie should I bake next? Let me know. Yeah, people do want to get the Remarkable as a giveaway. That's cool. Yeah, hit that like button and then we'll convince Deli. Pumpkin. Good morning. Someone said pumpkin, key lime. You know, I'm not such a fan of key lime pie. I just don't like tart things as much. I'm a sweet tooth type of gal. Peach and blueberry. Beef. American pie. Pineapple pie. Apple. I did apple. Blackberry crisp with ice cream. That sounds amazing. Beef and meat pie again. Cottage pie. Wow. You guys are a savory bunch. Coconut cream. Pecan. Shepherd's pie. Rhubarb pie. Humble pie. I like that one. Well, the market serves up humble pie. We don't have to do that. You get a slice of humble pie from the market as soon as you start feeling like you got everything together. As soon as you start feeling a little cocky, right? Let's see, we actually didn't hit this daily FEG yet. It'll be like first target. Yeah, last week I think Kyle was on with me and he said that his target for the longs from Monday, right? We long below the open. Or yeah, pretty much below the open of the week, it's like around 350s or 360s. And he said his target was the 800s. Took literally the whole week to get there. And I thought that maybe it would get there in one day with the ranges that we were having before, right? It took quite literally a whole week to get to like 500 points, less than 500 points from the weekly open. Oh wait, the weekly open is here. Even less. 343 points because we hit that on Friday. ES, let's see ES here. I marked out this volume imbalance here. I think same thing, I might have not hit that yet. Yeah, not yet. We paused like right before that. So, I'm not gonna lie, the market's been looking like blech here on the hourly and the 4-hour. Weekly open is here. RTH gap up. Maybe we'll fill the gap up at the open. That's probably the best situation that could happen, I think. I think most of you guys are bullish. I voted bullish just now. Let's see. Did I convince Salma to change her background? That's funny. I don't know. She told me that you guys say the same thing to her every time. Something about her office background. I'm kind of confused about that. I'll have to take a look. But she said she has her bookshelf in the back. I think she's in the actual. She saw my LED lights, but my LED lights. I also have Tanya trades up here, by the way. It's just hard to fit everything. She liked those. I think she is getting some LEDs for you guys. You guys are a picky bunch. Picky bunch. Oh, do you mean the white background on TradingView? What? I thought she was talking about her office. No idea. I guess if you bully her enough, it might work. Sometimes bullying works, right? Or else, or so chat thinks. Shrimp pie is crazy. E. Larry. That's wild. I'm not selling the pies. I post them on Twitter. What's up, Larry Pumpkin? Good morning. We have 10 minutes till the open. We don't have any news on the calendar, but Trump said something about making an announcement for AI later this week. So that's going to be interesting. Hmm. But yeah, what did you guys vote? I think most of you guys voted bullish. 58% bullish. Question is, are we going to have a good opportunity? Or will it be boring Monday? Ooh, Penguin. Penguin 466 said we made 2 German chocolate pies, unbelievably good. Ooh, that sounds amazing. Hmm. All right, enough on pies now. Let's see, previous weekly highs there. The hourly. We really have a lot to work with here. I don't know. 4 hour. We already dropped below the last 4 hour here at 6 a.m. or so. Actually, ES has a slight um divergence there on the hour, on the 4 hour. So we'll note that and see what that looks like on the lower time frame there. But I would really rather, I can't see myself, there's not really much of an opportunity there if I think that the target's up here last week's high, right? We're starting off here and the opportunity is like 53 points or less. And where's my stop being here is, I don't know, we'll have to see here on the lower time frame now. Like I said, we might come back down and I would rather long below the weekly open or see if we fill the gap down. I mean, gap up. We don't really have to, but um, yeah. My oh my Miss American Pie. Yeah, I came back down to the hourly. It did. I mean, you can even see on the hourly here, there is a slight divergence here, even on the hourly. And during pre-market, Nasdaq's certainly a little stronger here. Like we're working with really small ranges right now. ES 5-day ATR is 58 points. Nasdaq 5-day ATR is 327 points. We'll mark out pre-market lows. Nasdaq already hit pre-market high. I mean, no, actually this was yeah, London high. Not really such a strong reaction to it. Wicked it, turned, respected that 15-minute, but like I said, I would feel like I'd be longing in a deep premium here, so I can't be chasing this. I'm not even sure what this is here. It's from Sunday. Okay. Hmm. The 5 minute, the 15 minute. Okay, so sort of what I'm seeing here. We had that divergence happen versus last 4 hour, but then we already took out the next 4 hour high, so can't be chasing. I'd rather the 10 a.m. come back down and sweep this, to be honest with you, these pre-market lows. We have 30 minutes left in this 4 hour candle. Have fun. My oh my, Miss American Pie. I'm like singing definitely. I got my Christmas tree. I'm in the Christmas mood. I'm singing all those holiday songs for sure. Hmm. Pedal to the metal, do, 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 do. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. London high for ES. We can mark that out. 4 hour looks nasty. Nasty. Pre-market low, I'll mark out that as well for ES and the weekly open. I mean, ideally we get along below the weekly open. Since today there's not much news, right? I don't want to be chasing. I'd rather wait for sell side to get taken. Mm-hmm. My oh my Miss American Pie. Like have the open weekly open marked out. Add some alerts. Pre-market low marked out as well. So that's what I'm thinking. Some people might already be short pre-market here. I won't even be surprised if, we hit that London high. It's retracing into here. If this 15-minute doesn't hold up, I would think that it goes to that pre-market low. If this 15-minute, if we break this low from 8:30, yeah, I got that all set. Dropping a bit. This will be the day that I die. Okay. We just broke that low. We'll see what the open has for us. I think I'd rather wait till 10. So now that's the thing. If you had SMT here, being long before this gets taken is one thing, but now there's a divergence at the high. ESN hit London high, and also there, yeah, we made lower high. Now we broke this first pre-market low on NASDAQ. See if 930 digs into here and makes a lower high and drops off. Wow, ES literally just dropped straight there to the pre-market low. So ES already just hit that pre-market low. Nasdaq dropped initially, swept this
Mi mamá me
low
regaló una
again,
depiladora
and now
en
we're pumping. That was quick. That was quick. We definitely didn't get below weekly open for Nasdaq. Yes, we're pretty much at the weekly open right now. You guys look so more thinly traded. I have to like have it on the 3-minute basically. 2-minute.
Have a holly jump.
Nasdaq just took out a new high. Took out pre-market high. Very quick.
Who said leak-proof undies can't be cute?
Much stronger than ES. Now we have an inversion there. Yeah, we took out that high again. I mean, ES is actually dropping lower. This is exactly the kind of thing I don't like seeing. The indices are very different here. You know, ES should have found a bid. It was going to be good. My oh my Miss American Pie. That's all good. I mean, I'm thinking maybe the next 4 hour. If we hit the previous weekly high, I'll be kind of like have to be more inclined to look for some shorts or so. We'll see what the reaction is to this daily area. Pre-market low. ES is right at its weekly open, slightly below it. Let's look at the RTH actually. The RTH gap. Let's mark that out. I definitely want to see that.
razones por la que este es el calzón.
ES actually just filled it, basically. Okay. Okay. I have to stay more bullish. I have to stay bullish. Nasdaq opened up here. Tiniest retracement into that gap up. ES not looking pretty. Below weekly open, filled a gap, and it hasn't found a bid. Like I would, for more bullishness, I would want ES to turn around. Too many of us are bullish in the chat. Yeah, a lot of mixed tape here. It's S&P 500. It's the NASDAQ, the better. Hmm. Yeah. It's not the best when you see like a mix of red and green like that on the heat map. Not that great. Hmm. Not that great. I don't really trust this inversion to hold then. ES didn't fall through to the upside after we had that divergence at the pre-market low and that gap fill. So it's not like I'm not anticipating that long to really stay. I'd rather now just wait for the hour low to get swiped out for the NASDAQ also. I'd rather have NASDAQ come back into this area. Let's see on the hourly, right? We have this hourly bullish FEG. I think it's untapped actually. Yeah, for me to want longs, I would want us to come back down into here. And that would also be 50% of that whole gap up. Hourly, the wicks be wicking. What are you guys thinking about this market open so far? What does chat think? I think it's a little foo-foo. Hmm. Nylon Stir, we sing at the same time. That's funny. Yes, Miles says it's confusing. Flash Golden says he expected it. Cool. Maples caught a scalp short. That's it. Okay. Good morning, Salma. Lauren doesn't like what he's seeing. Spider says garbage this morning, nothing to do. I agree. I agree. When the indices are not in sync like this, like totally off sync, it's one thing if they're both up and ES is just lagging a bit. It's another thing if NASDAQ is breaking a pre-market high while ES is still below pre-market low. That's not the good vibes that we want to see. My, oh my. Scrolling things, it'll range a bit. PNW Life says inside day. Possible. Possible. We had a large day there on Friday. Pretty large, decent size. Not large, but large for the recent range. 289 points, yeah. What I don't want to do is get chopped up in like a 100-point range. Yes, on the hourly looks gross. 4-hour looks also gross with all those wicks. Yeah, so I mean, I'm gonna need to see ES catch a bit to even want to go long. We'll continue monitoring the NASDAQ. Tesla's down 2.5%, y'all. That's not good. Good sign. Netflix also down 2.5%. Got an edge alert on the screen. Hmm. I'm thinking it's gonna be like might be a seek and destroy type of vibe, type of day. I mean, even from here, we get the London high taken, then like a pre-market low, then the pre-market high again. Are we gonna take out another low? Probably. See what's going on here. Will it hold this inversion or not? Low expectations for this market today, given how we opened. Tesla's down 2.3%. I think their quarterly, their deliveries projections came out. Okay. Just the projections. Hmm. How do I see more of both ES and NASDAQ on the same tab? Just make a layout. Yeah, there was a Morgan Stanley downgraded Tesla. Yeah, and I think Netflix was downgraded as well. Yeah, reduced Rosenblatt, reduced price target for Netflix. I think Netflix earnings announced that they want to buy HBO, but that has to get approved. Yeah, okay, we just took out the 930 low for NASDAQ. Work out the previous day lows on ES and NASDAQ. So I'm gonna wait until NASDAQ gets back to this hourly here and we'll see if anything decent happens with the reactions like there. ES, I honestly don't really have any levels here. It might hit previous day low, we don't know. At least 4-hour wicks pause at the previous 50%. It's below its weekly open, it's below its gap fill. So don't really have much for ES there. See NASDAQ. So far, what's the range of the day? It's probably it's probably like 70 points. Okay, 88, 20. Yeah, this looks like foo-foo to me. Fooey. Hmm. Best case scenario for me is NASDAQ gets down to here. Like that. But if even that even happens, it might be a real slow grind up higher again. So I'd be careful with my entry and I'd make sure my stop is like at a swing low. All right, I'm gonna start writing out that plan. Okay. Yeah, so far that inversion can hold. I mean, that really shows that we're not having a trend for the day, so it's going to be a tougher day. It was going to be a nice strong day. When Nasdaq took out that little loan, we popped up this low should have held and ES should have started perking up. But ES remained heavy, so hope, I decided not to engage there. And that's like kind of the difference between, I mean, if you're just back testing, then you can't possibly get a feel for the same market as if you show up at the screen every day watching it unfold live like that, because then maybe if you're back testing, you don't understand that context of, oh, no news Monday, and you don't see this correlation. If you don't have ES opened at the same time, then you might end up taking that long in your back test and then be like, why did that fail? I don't know. Anyway, that's why I think it's important to show up and watch the every day, watch the candles print as well. Okay, so ES have a lot of levels drawn here, and we're below all of them. We filled the gap fill, so I don't really need this one anymore. Okay. For NASDAQ, I prefer this, and then a nice like inversion or something, and then a long stop at the swing low and go up. It's my ideal situation. Or below weekly open, whatever. Like even for the shorts, it's hard. I can imagine people that were short NASDAQ versus pre-market high and they got stopped out there. ES held and just dropped. I guess that's where shorting the weaker one comes in handy because ES never took out that London high. But anyway, just like Chad, I'm mostly bullish. Let's see. I'm bull biased today, so I'm still waiting for my setups. ES is literally flat, 0.00% today, and Nasdaq's up 0.23%. Not much going on there. All right, we've dropped here in the Nasdaq into that point of interest. Now we'll see how it reacts there. It's right at the weekly open now. We dropped quite quickly there. Might not be not looking good for the bulls so far. Yuck. All right, well, that's not a good reaction to that. So, long idea is not looking good. Nope. Might have to abandon it. See how this closes. We'll see how the next few candles go. Maybe it's just being dramatic. Aha. Nasdaq just had its gap fill. So I don't even need this anymore. Great. It has a long way to come back too, if it's gonna flip bullish now. Some SMT right there. Which SMT are you talking about? My first story. Asia lows. It's true. True, true. The wick is developing. Yeah, I basically marked out the 2 minute there. I think that's like looks the cleanest. Don't want to get in too early, as they say. The 1 minute, actually, you have the 1 minute here. Still hasn't even inverted that yet. Then you have the 30-second, which lines up with the 2 minute. I think I'd rather wait for that, yeah. Rather wait for us to get back above that. Back, and then that's actually where 9:30 is. 9:30 open. I'd rather us get back above 9:30 open to try long. Yeah, we're at the weekly open right now for NASDAQ. It could remain heavy. Someone said no jade cap, no trade, huh? No idea what you're talking about. I talked about wanting to be long bias since the pre-market. Put your listening cap on. Macy says it's not coming back. I mean, yeah, it's fine. If it doesn't come back, bro, then I'm not going to take the trade. I laid out my plan. Now I just have to wait if it happens or not, and then execute it if it does happen. That's basically it. It's not much more to think about. If it does, like I said, I don't want to be chasing it, so I want to mark out what's the range of the day so far. Definitely would not want to long above 50% of the range. And if I did, I would put a stop at a swing low. So probably something like just looking at what the risk would be like. It's like 6 or 7 micros. That's only if we break above this and hold. Six, seven? 6, 7? Damn. 6, 7. Miles said PA is just not it. Smart to stay out. Well, no matter what I do, I'll get trolled, so I don't really care. Just do what I want to do. Stick with the plan. Not doing much here after taking that. Maybe at 10 a.m. Let's mark out 10 a.m. open. Maybe another SMT and maybe another divergence at a low. But so far, nothing for the bulls, for me at least, to see. No trigger for me to go long yet. Did you guys take any trades yet? Let me know. I'm canceled after that joke. It's just a 6-7 joke, really? What am I waiting for as an entry? I'm waiting for I want an inversion on the 2-minute. And we're not even close. We're kind of just chilling in this 1 hour here. Next hourly opens soon. We'll see how this closes. Yeah, it's not looking that hot, but the one thing the bulls have going for it is the divergence at Asia lows. If we get back down there, then there's really no point, nothing for me to do for longs. If Nasdaq ends up coming below Asia low. Sometimes the best thing that could happen is on a Monday is that you don't get a trade in because then you're really practicing your patience for the rest of the week's setups. And look at the heat map, it's all over the place. – 10 a.m. opens soon. My, oh my. The producers, you guys should go and clip where I said 6-7. Chat will love that. Make that a sound bite. Every time someone says 6-7, we can put that up. We're holding below weekly open Nasdaq. That's not really a good sign. Yeah, like I said, I wanted it to. I mean, this was a fast burst down lower, so we need a fast push up higher to really look anything good for the bulls, and it's not happening. Sad. 10 a.m. open, I'll mark that out. ES looks so thinly traded. Just about how the candles are, you know? Are we starting to pick up here, chat? Are we? Are we? Moment of truth. Ideally, yeah, ideally it is a fast push up higher here. If we just consolidate, it's not going to be a good morning session. So, yeah, I would like 10 a.m. to push us higher. Hmm. We're gonna get it, chat, or not? It's a decent 2-minute close there. Yeah. I could see people like longing here if they want to be early. I'm personally waiting for more uh confirmation. I use a 2-minute chart time frame your go-to. Honestly, now the price has been kind of slower, then I'm kind of liking it better. I'll look at the 1 minute, but here the 2 minutes cleaner. The 1 minute is like two stacked FEGs, so that's why I'll just or the 30 seconds here, 3 minute. The 2 minutes better. It's just cleaner. It's like a lot going on in the 1 minute right now. I mean, for ES, we go to the 1 minute. It's just very so many volume imbalances. It can just shows that it's thinly traded, right? Like the close of this candle and the open of this candle, then the close of this candle and the open of this candle. So I don't really want to see all that. Rather consolidate it to a higher time frame. Like ES looks better on the 3 or the 5. I mean, ES is just looking sad this morning. Like since the morning we just dropped and then slow grind. You know, ES has got like a 15-minute, two 15-minute stacked against it here. Two of them. So it's not really looking good for the bulls at the moment. And if I were to go long, I would definitely long NASDAQ. ES is just way much weaker, much weaker. NASDAQ's just been consolidating in this hourly FEG after it took some sell side, which I don't really like to see, right? If we're gonna see a liquidity sweep, we want to see a fast reversal from there. So far, it's consolidating, so I'm kind of half expecting to see another manipulation, or just or maybe it's just the longs are not here today. So I have this low marked. Maybe ES will take it. NASDAQ won't. Maybe that's where a reversal will happen. We don't know. Point is we just pay attention until we see something decent. Yeah, there's no 2-minute FEG, so that 2-minute looks starting to look better, but gross. NASDAQ looking gross. ES. ES not looking that good either. It's looking worse. Hard to think about like what would get it to wake up if we have no news. Someone said need some green tinted glasses for long. I know, right? Hmm. Below 10 a.m. open, ES is Nasdaq's just coming back to its 10 a.m. open. Mm-hmm. ES probably about to take the new low of the day. Let's see. Okay, there it is. Below previous hour's low. Nasdaq not there yet. Last chance for reversals probably now is if Nasdaq doesn't hit this low and we actually get some speed to the upside, but chances are looking bleak. It's looking bleak for that to happen. Let me see what my sleep score is. I do feel like I slept really well. 86, okay, not bad. Slept for 7 hours and 34 minutes. Yeah, so it's really not looking that good right now, right? I said I wanted to see a sharp reversal for here. If, like last line in the sand was that. We're not getting that really. We're staying below even the 10 a.m. open for the Nasdaq. So yeah, it's not time for the bulls yet. GG's looks quite terrible here for the Nasdaq. People that trade bear flags are probably looking to short that bear flag break here to the downside. It's hanging around. It's not really much I have my alert if it does end up coming all the way back up here, but might be right. Might be an inside day. And that's fine. That's like honestly my least kind of day, favorite kind of day to trade. Most people's anyway, because you're staying within the day before's range. Hmm. Yeah, Nasdaq just took new low. Again, took previous hourly low. Took new low of session. What was it? 58% of chat, we were bullish today. Just not panning out. That's okay. I said, like, what opportunities are there in the market? I kind of marked out. That's what I want to see is if that's come down to here and then back up, and then I'd go long. And yeah, it's just not the reaction I wanted to see here, right? We consolidated within this area instead of having a nice, like a V-shaped recovery. Not much I could do there, except not go long. Mm, mm. Did you guys take a trade today? Let me know. I know some people took shorts. Short scalps. Someone said 30 points. Not bad. Yeah, it's a small range today, so makes sense. 141 points so far today. Yeah, we scooped a previous hourly low just now. And all in all, like we're flat on the day. Nasdaq's up 0.05%, ES is down 0.1%. Yeah, I just don't see so many opportunities this market this morning. Yeah, Netflix is down 3.8%. D Brown says he's only looking for longs. Yeah, I agree. Futures Novice took a short scalp on gold. Yeah, gold is dropping a bit as well. But it's pretty tight on the weekly, what I've seen here. Still like all in all. Wait, what is this? What I marked out here? Probably a 4 hour. Weekly, it's still above its last week's low. We have a weekly FEG here. This is like a 4 hours from last week that I looked at. Or hourly. I'm not too sure there. I think that was like a daily I'd marked out. Yeah. Daily FEG. It's starting to leak, but it's still very strong nonetheless. Um, so at last week's low, previous weekly low would be good to see on gold. Let's see how we hold up from here. Still have this like very large push up here that week, and we're above 50% of it. Yeah, Nasdaq's leaking lower again. Not looking cute. Gold took out its previous daily low. I do want to monitor this later to see if it remains heavy and gets into the previous weekly low, or is it just gonna be a high resistance delivery? Yeah, back to Nasdaq now. The longs, you guys, so many of us were long biased, but yeah, she's not looking healthy this morning for longs, unfortunately. And that's okay. I mean, just stay safe. Like that's what I said. It's like I had my plan. It didn't pan out the way I wanted to see it. I want to see a sharp reaction here to go long, and that's it. So no long. So no trade for me yet today. It's only Monday. It's only Monday, bro. Who else like stayed out? I bet a lot of you because 58%. Vesta says pretty lethargic now, gonna go touch grass. Word. Someone said I think that wick was a long stop run. Yeah, I'm sure some people thought that here. Here, right? Oh, it swiped previous hourly low, but hey, it had no follow through here. It didn't break a swing high. But I wanted to see as an inversion up to the upside, but it didn't even break the last swing high here. So it's remaining weak, hanging on by a thread, basically. Nvidia's not up anymore. It's like up 0.2%. It started the day up like 1.5 or so. So it's starting to get weaker here. Things are starting to fall apart. Netflix down 4% now. Tesla, yeah. They started off the weakest and they're not getting any better. Yeah, so okay, so Netflix agreed wanted to buy Warner Brothers TV film studios and streaming assets at $27.75 a share, and then Paramount made a hostile bid with the equity offer at $30 per share. So there's a bit of a bidding war going on there for Warner Bros. Yeah, Nasdaq just took those Asia lows out. Yeah, basically, I don't know. I'm not looking for longs then today. There's no more SMT there. We just never got a bid. So congrats if you held short and you went short. It worked out for you. Still not the easiest of shorts, definitely, because at the open, we had that tomfoolery with Nasdaq taking out the pre-market open. ES didn't, but ES remained more weak. See, previous day low. We're like 100 points from it on the Nasdaq. For ES, we're about 8 points away. I don't know if it will get there. Do you guys, those are short? Are you looking for that? Let me know. Skill Trader said, Tanya, have you tried many different trading styles and how did you find up ICT? Yeah, I tried I used to trade like EMAs and VWAP and volume profile. And then I also used to trade just like very simple previous day low, previous day highs, like when I first started trading, but it was pretty easy then. Like I would pretty much put bids in at like wait until a previous day low would get hit, and then I'd be wait for a bullish push up and then be buying, right? It was pretty easy in a bull market then to be long after some stops getting taken in 2020, 2021. But then I was trying out volume profile, VWAP, and EMAs, and that just didn't work out for me. As well as like trading patterns like bear flags, bull flags, double tops, double bottoms. I just found that there wasn't good enough structure for me there, such as, if you go long versus a double bottom and then it comes back down and stops you out and then starts to come back up again, then that's like a triple bottom, right? So there's not a lot of structure there. So found ICT in like 2022. Yeah, March. That's when I started learning it. So that's when I made the switch then, especially during the bear market of 2022, exposed a lot of people's weaknesses in their strategies. Yes. Yeah. Lauren said he didn't take a trade. Grooven, no trade. Dag R8S 815 said he stayed out. Yeah, a lot of people, you guys stayed out. How was dinner with Ben? He was good. His girlfriend's really nice. I showed him around New York City a little bit. Bryant Park and Rockefeller Center, Bryant Park Winter Village. It's nice. Lauren says, Netflix shouldn't have ended password sharing. Now we are all short. Ha ha ha. Word. They started like crack down on like the households and password sharing, right? No bueno, no bueno. Infotech and industrials are the only sectors that are green now, says Shy Girl. Yeah, so hope it helps those stay safe at least, like people that were also long bias, especially, like we talked about those wicks here. I mean, thinking that that's a liquidity sweep, you need to see some sort of strong price action. We gave it a lot of chances. We were like, okay, maybe at the Asia low divergence. No, nothing. We just stayed quiet here and slowly dropped. So there's not really a reason to think that we're reverse from here or here. We just took those Asia lows. Yes, really got close to the previous daily low, paused. I wouldn't be surprised if we get there. But also I wouldn't be short here. Like I said, I'm pretty bullish biased. just based on the daily candles. Now, if we start seeing a large daily engulfing candle to the downside, maybe it would be of interest to go back to shorts, kind of like this day here, how we had taken out previous days and stayed heavy here. Here, we're still not doing much. We're still in previous days range. Skill Trading says he uses a following profile and it resonated with him. He wanted to learn ICT just to understand it, but it seems overwhelming. Um, yeah, I would say that it's hard to get into it because it seems like there's a lot of material, right? I tend to take a lot of similar trades with people with volume profiles sometimes because the nodes are just literally line up with the FEGs that we mark out. So, um, yeah, just take it slow if you do want to venture out there into the dark side. Come join the dark side. We have cookies. Don't forget the milk word. Yeah, what a wild wick that is on the 5 here. Yeah, I'm not interested in going long. We're staying way below. We're way below 9:30 and midnight open and 8:30 open. So, some people might be tempted to look at this long from like if it 5-minute inverts or something like that, but we gave it so many chances here, right? Whatever it retraces to, you could take a look at the hourly. We have an hourly FEG now here as well. So today there might be a different sentiment. It might be starting. We don't know. Interested to see how it reacts at a previous day low if it gets there. Fine. I don't have to be like the first one to be shorting, right? I'm willing to let today show its hand if it is going to be very bearish. I can always adjust for tomorrow. Hmm. Yeah, slow open today. We had a gap up, but unlike other Mondays where we've had gap ups and quick upside, today was very slow and dripped through the gap and it stayed below. Stayed consolidating and now we're below that gap fill. Not very nice. Not good. Not great. See 1032. Yeah. See the 30-minute. Hmm. Yeah, Tesla's down 2.5%, Nasdaq's down 4.6. Mm, not that great, not that great. There's nothing much green here for the bulls to go off of. Let's see, the S&P 500. Yeah, very flat, mostly red. Only electronic tech has some green in it there. But other than that, like, yeah, I'm fine with not finding a long today. Clearly, that was the right move. If I was long bias, no setup, no trade. Yeah, I mean, I would only flip bearish really if we came back to previous day low on the Nasdaq. Then on the 4 hour, really, then this low would get taken out, and it would be likely that this 4 hour would get inverted to the downside, right? See on ES how that's looking. Looks pretty bad. Looks like that on ES actually. See how this 4 hour closes today. Yacht said he got smacked on the long. It's too bad. It's tough. Tanya, how old are you? Have a family? Um, I don't have kids, but I have a family. I'm old enough to be offended when you ask that question. Late 20s. Those blue light filtering glasses, yeah. What's up, Salma? Salma, did you take any trade today? What's up, Frank? George, what up, Frank? George. Salma got in longs here on ES. Ooh. Yeah, I've seen some people mentioning the 5 minute hammer. That's your strategy, go for it. That could potentially work out. We're just so weak on that. Yeah, I'm not really into the logging here. The only potential maybe I'd see is if maybe ES takes out a previous daily low and then you have a daily divergence. And then, yeah, I would need a nice push up to convince me to get into the longs. So let's see if we invert the 5 minute. But see, we didn't even do it yet. It's taken too long already on that, Taken too long. I would have wanted to do it like right away after this candle. Volume traders, what's the volume like today? Is it lower than usual? T-Bone, the glasses are like I have a link on my YouTube channel. If you go to like, I don't know, my live stream description. Mr. Josh Platinum said, "My hair has more volume and I'm bald." That's a good one, dude. Good morning from Brussels. Good morning. Shorty's OR retest. What a wild open this was. I thought that we would have like a faster day. But yeah, ES caught no bid there to get more longs out of here. Hmm. Yeah, I mean those are open for the opening 30-second range for NASDAQ. But it was like this. Yeah, once it broke below it, did tap it again once here and here, and rejected. We were looking for potential inversions and it was failing literally there. Nice. Crystal 8922 says last week has been so frustrating already. I really hope this Monday is not indicative indicative of like another week like that. Yeah, dude, last week was frustrating for me too. Like come on, if yeah, look at the 4 hour. That was nasty. How long do you trade for the cut of December? Do I cut off at any point? The week of Christmas I'll take off. So I think my last day I'll do like the 20th, the 19th. Then I'll come back in the new year. Yeah, you guys, we didn't even invert this 5 minute SIBI in a discount. Like, it's really not looking good. It's probably gonna slowly drop down again, and ES might hit that previous daily low soon. If we lose this low on Nasdaq, will probably start fading lower soon. Yeah, ES has dropped. kind of boring. Been a slow drop lower, very slow. Is my trading style ICT SMC? Yes. No aggression. Yeah, there's been no aggression to the upside. So, makes sense. Didn't find what with long bias, no longs today, no trade for me today, and a lot of people in the chat as well. And that's it, like slowly dripping lower. No trade is a trade, that's true. Cash is a position. You just gotta stick it out through the times that like you don't see anything good. If you see like there's no good opportunity in the market, you just wait until there is a good one, and then it's all about survival, like Deli said, right? I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I will survive. Keep on surviving. You know? Especially in like a slow holiday market, grind up higher. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. You're not gonna get doesn't go straight up every day. We hit some targets last week on Friday. Monday, sometimes Monday is a manipulation lower for the rest of the week to go higher. I don't know. I really want to see how today closes. We'll work off of that tomorrow. If it's like an bearish engulfing candle to the downside, if we close below previous day low, then that's definitely something where I might be looking for shorts in the coming days then. If we invert the 4 hour and close below previous day low. Definitely would be something to take a look at.
No siempre las
Looking kind of bleak.
ever landed abroad and your phone
It's funny, Stoves. Burner. I could see you on that show, Survivor. Nah, bro. Nah. People that go on that show, they end up losing like 50 pounds. They look really, really like skin and bones by the end of it. I used to watch that show a bit. What's up, Yacht? Yacht says he thinks it's going to double bond him. I mean, where I could probably maybe see a reversal is if ES hits previous daily low, and then we like I said, I would have to get convinced by some good bullish structure. We've really gotten none of that this morning yet, so I'm kind of like, why would that happen in the middle of the day when there's no news? If it didn't happen during New York Open morning session. You could see me baking away against Bobby Flay in the Food Network. Does Bobby Flay even bake? I thought he cooks. I could take on Bobby Flay. I try to watch the Great British Baking Show. I feel like I just don't understand British humor as much. Do you agree it's hard to pick a side before Wednesday? Um, no, I think on Monday we picked a side for longs last Monday with Jade Cap. But it's hard here if you're long bias in the morning and it's just not, there's no reversals for you. So this is where you have to reassess and go back to the drawing board maybe at the end of the day. George C. Trader says his chef took him on and beat Body B Flay and beat him. Nice. What's it like to get your first payout? It's like you feel a little relieved. I just felt relief. It's like, oh, things are starting to work out my way, you know? And a little cautious too, because you're like, you definitely have to build the confidence to feel like you could continue to get payouts, right? Hmm. Yeah, you guys, it's been a slow grind lower here. We did just break this low and have this inversion. I do wonder if Nasdaq's now going to accelerate to the downside or what. We're below Asia lows, below this swing low that some people might be have been long versus it. Create this inversion now. Yes, really hanging on a thread near its previous daily low. Yep, it failed that inversion. Now it is dropping lower. Mm-hmm. It really is hanging on by a thread. Let me know if you guys, if anyone's in a scalp versus this. I mean, I could see that. I could see it getting back down here. And ES to previous daily low. Rejected again. It's 10:55, yeah. So we'll see if the 1050 macro delivers the previous day low, soon to be London low. It's actually kind of interesting here, right? The 1050 from here to here started the inversion at 1050. Cool. If I were in the scalp, I would definitely put my stop at break even now. Just tapering this part. Like I said, if we lost this low, probably would start dropping. And that was a pretty good rejection. Say ES at that previous day low now. And NASDAQ just took out new low of day. So congrats to anyone that ended up taking this scalp that I pointed out. Yeah, that was a quick one given how slowly some of this move down has been. But this was pretty good. So I hope I help people stay safe on the long side. Next we got coming up is Nick for a tick. Someone says they hope Friday's low gets wrecked. Damn. Not the best entry, but good enough for some money. That's good. Nice. Yeah, yes to previous day low. Right in time for the London close. Nasdaq, we're still pretty far from it. For any hopes of a bullish market, really, I would need, like I said, we would need to see some bullishness here. I did not scalp this short, like I said, because I'm still bullish bias unless we close today pretty below, like at or below previous daily low. So far we are getting a little bit of a bid here, which is looking a little bit promising, but need some more upside. I would need to get convinced, Scalpy is funny. What's up? Nick for Tick and Jack are here.
Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Monday.
Good morning, Tanja.
Good morning.
It is Monday, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's a new week. And how did you guys take? And it'll just be for one day. And then the next day, you can't, you come in bearish the next day.
You're just punished.
Does not work. Yeah, you get crushed. Yeah.
You press the red button, you're immediately told you're wrong.
Totally. Yeah. That's why I'm like so cautious on shorts recently because I'm just like, meh. I like caught a good short like on that day on that Thursday, and then pretty much the days following I stayed short bias until maybe like Tuesday or so, and then took some losses there. So it's I don't really want to be the first one to short recently. But
Exactly.
like you said, it's almost like once you do get in, it's like almost too late. So yeah. What about you, Jack? How are you doing?
So I mean, I'm long right here. We'll see. I have some positioning, like options positioning levels that I've been paying attention to. We bounced
Oh,
really clean
nice.
off the first test, but in the SPX, there's just a larger gamma level at 6850, which corresponds with the ES at 6858. And you can see the first test we came down there.
Oh,
You know,
cool.
the last and only bounce we've had here. And then in the Nasdaq,
Hmm.
it's I'm looking at the QQQs. That option level, that gamma level is 625, which corresponds with about 25,703. But you can clearly see in the price that's not going anywhere. So I would expect us to make a move down towards like 6844 in the ES, maybe 25,550s in the NQ before we go higher. And that's the 1 day expected move for the options market, and maybe that's where we go because it's not that the market was just drifting higher last week. And
Yeah.
so far we've come in and it's just a sell from the open. And I don't really expect us to get past that market maker expected move on a day like today, but definitely getting down there and looking for an actual reversal. Maybe we need some price action down there to kind of confirm that we're making a low.
Yeah, totally. That's cool. You look at the option prices as well. How have you been trading options before futures?
Yeah, I bought my first option. I think maybe it was like 2009. So, but I don't really actively trade options. I just pay attention to where the open interest is for
Okay.
the indexes,
Hmm.
because there is dealer hedging around those levels. So I take them with a co-moderator in my Discord actually pulls the data from the CBOE and then just imports it and converts it over to futures for me. And those levels, you'll see some of the days like it's pretty amazing. We'll go right to the top of it and then right to the bottom of it. But especially on a slower day, but not today. That today is like picking up speed. It's not that it's even been really slow because it's actually turning into a pretty decent move out of highs. It's just been,
Yeah.
that range we had last week was such a slow grind up that
Yeah.
and the thesis has changed here so far.
Yeah, a little bit of a like a staircase up, elevator down happening on the 4 hour. And
Fill up my screen in
yeah.
every market that I'm watching. I mean,
I kept it very, very light last week. That is like that entire week. That is the tape that just is my least favorite thing to do anything. So did that, and I actually was not even in front of screens Thursday and Friday. After the holidays and everything.
Past the time we're getting on right now, you're just going to find yourself twiddling thumbs.
Yeah, and that's something that, at least at this time of the year, and I've said this before on the show, I'm trying to limit my active trading as much. Like, for the shows, I always will. If there's a trade, I'll take one. But, there we go. We just took a nice little stop out again there. But yeah, just being the holiday time of the year and markets can be a little slower, low volume at times. It's also just time of the year to kind of reflect and take a back seat and come back, ready and rocking to go in January. So we'll see how much I trade the rest of this month. But yeah.
It's right now we're trading like a summer market, but we're in the middle of winter, especially here in Chicago. We've already almost surpassed our entire last year's snowfall. Where are you located?
I'm in Dallas. So it's actually, we just got our taste of winter this weekend. It was, I was working out in the garage this morning at 5 a.m. It was like 31 degrees, plus probably a little colder with some wind. So I was very bundled up and trying to get a workout in. But yeah, it's finally feeling like winter here. We had my daughter's first birthday 3 weeks ago, and it was like 80 degrees and sunny, like November 15th. So quickly evolved from there here.
That's a Chicago temperature swing for you.
Oh yeah. Yes, 31 is winter here in Texas. It really doesn't get that much colder than 20 unless we're in like a complete blizzard, which we don't really get until end of January, February. Nothing beat 2021 when we had the ice storms here, and every single person I know that has an older home. My home originally was built in the 1930s, and everyone that has not repiped, everyone's pipes burst. So that was a lot of fun to deal with. So, chat, how are we all doing? Good morning, good morning. Hope everyone has had a lovely start to their trading week. It seems like there were some trades if you were able to catch the initial short. So anybody do that? Anyone still sitting in runners from those like 820s, 830s, or the opening range break? I'm curious because you managed it a little better than I did at the very least. Surviving. Still short. I'm tired of taking paper cuts in this little 600 area, so I'm going to wait.
Yeah, maybe European session close, get something going. I like if we can get back above 25,703, that's the gamma level for the Qs. And like I said, the ES, let me check it again, but some acceptance above there. The ES is going to be a 68.58, which we're just below that. But if we can get back above that, then I do think, especially during lunch,
Gracias por su visita.
just to float back up to at least the midpoint of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to get long here and put a stop below that
Order
low.
submitted. Order filled.
And the ES, we'll try it one more time.
Jack, is that your apartment condo?
Yeah.
I like your loft setup. I was very close to moving into a place that looked just like that when I was living in Colorado, in downtown Denver. I kind of always loved that loft kind of look in a place, at least for like a single guy at the time. That would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure. It'd kind of be hard to have an entire family in, I don't know. I mean, I'm like pretty close to the dead center of the city.
Nice.
But yeah, this building is those beams are well over 100 years old. It's kind of crazy. I always joke that they don't make trees that big anymore. But yeah, it was repurposed to, it is not a background. That is not a background. That is my actual background.
Do I use the footprint chart or tape reader? I don't actually have tape reader. For me, it just kind of became a little bit of a distraction. I go back and forth. Every once in a while, I'll throw it on, but sometimes I think I'm seeing something that isn't, like, and then I can actually see it just better on. It just is better for me to kind of look at that same logic on time and sales, because the market orders and the aggression sometimes from buyers and sellers, like, it flashes in bright blue or bright red for me. And that is, I guess, with my ADD brain at times, it's just more efficient for me to just see red flashing to know I'm seeing aggressive lift of an offer or something. Or excuse me, blue flashing in that case. But you guys get what I'm saying. Still really seeing nothing from buyers getting off the mat here.
Nope, just hanging right at the prior low of the day in the NQ, and nothing sneaking back in there. It'll be one of those days where I just set some alerts. If I get taken out, just set some alerts and wait for like 68.40-ish below in the ES if there's nothing here, and 25,533 would be where I would literally just leave my desk and come back and say, all right, well, when we hit those levels, I'll start looking for something again, and really anything in between, maybe check some times before. That's what I do when the market's like super boring like this. I mean, had I not been broadcasting right now, I'd just go do something else and set some alerts and be in a position to come back when it is. I think that's key, right? Just walking away, and but not walking away permanently, but just walking away till I come into something that I think we're going to react from, or wait for some type of reaction.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. That's good advice too. I think for a lot of people, especially if you, have a normal 9 to 5, or you are full-time trading, and sometimes it is better to just be more efficient with the autonomy that this career path can give you. I'm going to take that advice and utilize that a little more probably next summer more than anything else. Is just set my alerts in July and not sit at the desk. When we get there, I can evaluate from there. But trying to watch the mind-numbing price action at times is just insanity. Not the best use of your mental capital. So,
yeah. What is the indicator? Question here is, what is the indicator at the bottom of my charts? Something I created. I can somewhat explain it, but it's an oscillator of a combination of like 5 different things. So let's see, what am I broadcasting here? CL and MGC. So I'm just going to move this up. But here you can see that the oscillator, which is the blue line, is all the way down at -5, and that's obviously a bearish reading. The highest it can go is +5. The lowest it can go is -5. And what that is, that number, it means we're below the volume weighted moving average. We're below the last swing high. These yellow bars you have on my screen are an ATR increase of 50% or more. So if we're on average trading 10 points a candle and all of a sudden you trade 16, that's going to print yellow. So it tells me that the momentum has increased in that direction. And then the parabolic SAR, which I think is pretty standard on most platforms. It's called PSAR. And then I have this white dot is referred to as a leg start, which is just a 3-bar continuous move or greater. So if we're below all of those, which we are below the VWAP, we are below the parabolic SAR, we are below the last ATR expansion was to the downside here in gold. I'm speaking of we are below the last swing high, and we are below the leg start. So that's why it's just floored here in gold, and really has been since the breakdown at 9:45ish. So that's what that number is. And it's something that I will pay attention to. Or like a lot of times if I'm trading, like right now, we're -5 in the ES and we're -5 in the NQ, which means once again, we are below all of those indicators that I just mentioned. We'll take a look at the price action. If I find myself getting stopped out continuously and I just take one look at that, I'm like, oh yeah, we're -5. Like, what am I doing going long? Which is exactly what I'm doing right now. And then I would wait for it. We'll see if we get it during the time frame of which I'm broadcasting for that -5 to turn up to like a -2, or maybe even +1 or 3. But that'll take time to play out.
Someone was asking me a question. Maybe not. Lost it. Hey, Chris. Good morning. What is gold doing? Holding 4,200s.
Stop loss rule strategies. So I use a multiplier of the average to range. These yellow boxes you see at the top of my screen. So it's like 9.2 in GC, or CL is 0.20. Those are my stop loss rules. And I base that on, once again, a multiplier of the 5-minute chart. So if the 5-minute chart is moving, 10 points every 5 minutes on average, I will multiply that times 1.5, and that'll give me my stop. So I'm using a 50% larger than, and so I just use brackets every time, and then I'll just go about kind of adjusting that. And that's ideally like my stop loss rules.
Yeah, mine is, I'm a little all over the place. I tend to use a more like location defined stop. Still anywhere between probably 8 and 15 points, just depending on it. But I also am sometimes scaling into positions, but I kind of use more of a spot where I think I'm invalidated. And I try to get entries around there, but it's evolving. You guys have probably seen, I also will move stops to scratch on runners, or even the full size position at times. It just kind of depends. NQ made a new low there, but not exactly a low that I love.
Thanks for watching. See you soon.
I'd like to see a larger flush. But ES did not make a new low on that. Actually, ES's low looks better. Like a decent bottom for the session, potentially.
Just a flash in the pan on that NASDAQ new low so far.
Mm-hmm.
That just goes with the speed that we're in. Setting up for the divergence. Or
yes, wants it. Love to see NQ get a decent bid over 660 and make a run back up towards Maybe the week open. At least Friday settlement, 7:30s ish. But I don't know. Otherwise, this is the slowest trend down day I've ever seen.
The slowest trend down day. Yep. The halfway back for the day in the ES, the midpoint of the action from the open lines up with that prior day low, and that's at 68, 67. When we are super slow, that's when I'm like, you go from markets where you're just like last week, you could have larger upside targets because we eventually got to like the top of the range or new highs. It just took so long. But when you're so slow, you really just got to keep in mind that you're probably not going to get a 4R trade here today or a 3R trade here today. You really need to adjust those expectations for risk reward ratios here. So if this ES, I mean, I wouldn't expect anything past 67s, which I mean, it's not a huge trade, but like you got to take what the market's giving. Like that just is what it is. You can't be stretching. Or when you finally do, like if you take a couple paper cuts on the way down and then you finally get a pop in the ES for, 10 points, the NASDAQ for 75, and you don't take it off the table, you find yourself potentially right back to where you began a half an hour later.
Yeah, I definitely have had moments like that the last 2 weeks where, I've led a couple large trades not even round trip me, but basically come back towards, the core of the position, almost break even. And that's super frustrating. And that's something I think even I'm trying to get back to. Everyone who knows the way I've always traded, I used to be very good, or I still am at times, very good about just taking a win, like a decent trade, like you're kind of talking about, like taking the points off the table and then shutting it down, come back the next day and kind of just continuing to stack days like that over 30 days straight. And, you build a very nice account balance that way. But lately I've been trying to stretch my R a little bit, and it's worked at times, but I've also had numerous larger trades, let's call, 50 to 60 to 100 points on NQ, come all the way back with the bulk of the position. Maybe I've gotten one off. So yeah, I'm trying to get away from continuing to do that and just capture points, do what got me in the situation in this world, in this life, successfully. And that's taking points off the table and coming back, not necessarily in the session, but coming back later in the week to find the next good setup.
Yeah. Well, I mean, R is probability in a sense that, the higher risk to reward ratio you have, the lower probability realistically it's going to. I mean, if you go 1-to-1 in a random market, right, you should be right 50% of the time.
Yep.
In a completely random market. So once you move that up to 4-to-1, you're reducing your opportunity. And there is times and places for that to be. I mean, it also depends on like the style of the trade. Like, are you shorting into a breakdown that's either going to work right away or not, or it's all contextual, of course. It's in everything with trading. And then the question here regarding stop loss, one could say if the current volatility for the instrument is 30, 50 points, we would be sabotaging our trade with a 10-point stop loss. Does this make sense? I think that makes sense. I think if the current volatility for the time frame of which you're trading is 30 to 50 points and you're using a 10-point stop, you're not letting the trade run. And you will find yourself, even when you're right on direction, just stop out within the normal variance and volatility of the market. You really have to be aware of that. Now, if you're trading a 1 minute time frame and you're scalping with a 50-point stop, probably giving it too much room. But if you are, trading a 5-minute chart, and on average, every 5-minute bar is, sometimes 60, 70 points in the NQ, and you're using like a 15, 10-point stop, like how are you going to stay in that trade? I don't think you are, at least very often.
Do I never operate? I don't know what that means. I'm not a doctor.
Operates in the gym.
Yeah. Dr. Nick. Ariel, I'll happily answer whatever question that is if you can clarify what you mean.
Gold reversing above this most recent swing high here.
Oh yeah.
Some bids out of that 4206 area, 4206, 4207. What do you think about that question that Mark D. Paulo is asking, Nick?
I'll have to find it. There it is. You're in the markets. I mean, I think I've seen people that are smarter than me show statistics that getting long after the euro close or around then tends to have some sort of probability of actually being successful. I think just the natural buy the dip motion that kind of exists and a little bit maybe of some covering out of that market. I also know the London session tends to be super bullish in the overnight historically. Like a lot of the gains in the S&P year over year, it's attributed to that time frame at night at times, and then we continue to kind of bid out higher in RTH during the New York session. But I wouldn't say return to the mean. I just think if we have any sort of weakness off the opens, you see it get bought a little bit off that euro close and into the early parts of the afternoon. As volume dies a little bit, it is more naturally kind of bullish to drift upwards. So there's probably something to that, but I don't know if I would say it's like a true return to the mean, but maybe someone's got true statistics based on it. I've just seen very bullish statistics of that time frame during the day.
Yeah, I can look up those stats and come back with him when I'm on later this week, but I don't have them right off the bat. But the only thing I will tell you that I do know is that the European session closed. European session traders are closing their positions. But that that doesn't necessarily mean they're always closing the same way, right? If they're short, they're probably closing their shorts, and maybe that creates a reflective bounce while they're covering their positions. If they, and that's just their day traders. Like, day traders don't technically control the market. The higher time frame does. And it's, a day like today where day traders, I mean, of course, they're a decent amount of the volume, but they're not creating the larger directional moves. Larger directional moves are created by institutions who don't, they don't always have like those, the data points the larger institutional traders are looking for is going to be FOMC this week. And you can guarantee Thursday, Friday are going to be, the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday post FOMC are going to be a little more active here than, of course, Monday is. Yeah, I don't know what my graphic is, or I don't know if that's on Zoom or what, but do I post on X? I do post on X, but honestly, I don't really I'm not like a huge Twitter X guy as far as trading goes. I just post random stuff on X. Okay, sometimes I post stuff about trading, sometimes I post stuff about health. I just retweet things I want to read or save for myself. I could use it like a bookmarking, but I have the Instagram handle app Twitter, or the Instagram handle Trader. So I'll post some trades on Trader, and then I have another account connected mine where I post more clips and stuff. Startup_trading is the Instagram handle, and then I run a Discord as well. But yeah, I know a lot of people here are huge on X. You can follow me. I post things. It's just Jack Leeson on Twitter. All right, a little bit bids back above that ES 6858. So watch 6858s here in the ES. If we can hold above that, it's good news. Maybe we can rotate back up. I still want to see us above 25,703s in the end too, which we're quite a bit a ways from still. But I'm just looking for something. And yes, nothing big. Nothing big. you know what? I see. Oh, there. I see Dave. Okay, my whole screen is sharing now. Nice, nice. No. How many markets do you watch? I watch 4 typically, and occasionally look at other things, but on a daily basis, I'm analyzing gold, oil, ES, and NQ. And then I will actually also get data on the Russell and the Dow. I just don't trade them as often, but I'll see where their value area profiles are. And sometimes those markets, like I know the Russell was, I haven't looked at it since he opened, but the Russell was looking great this morning. I'm gonna take a gold above the most recent swing high, so a little bit of a pop there. And GC. How many markets do you watch, Nick?
I mean, I watch realistically 3. I would say actually actively, I'm watching gold, NQ, and ES. But I mean, I still have eyes on like the Mag 7 and other single stocks that I don't trade, I own at times or looking to continue to add. So I've got stuff like that, but actively trading, paying attention to like second by second would really just be ES and NQ.
Gotcha.
Don't love that we just rejected on that on NQ again.
Any oil advice? That's a pretty broad question. Better know that oil inventory report time every week. I guess that would be the easiest answer to that question. Know when the oil inventory report is. So that's going to move the market. But I think it's just like any other market, trade the price action. Trade the price action. It's been kind of calm last few months, oil has, compared to some of the volatility. The shale market in the US changed the game for oil, for sure. There's much more suppression in the price of oil just because we can domestically produce it to meet our needs, which was not the case, basically a decade ago or so. Yeah, there's been a rotation into it makes me kind of want to trade it. And when the Russell's up on the day that is it ES? Yes. Yeah. I mean, Russell bounced hard out of that low compared to these other markets.
What am I eyeing? I still would love to take a long, mainly just because I'm kind of seeing the selling aggression that we saw has dissipated a little bit. So I could see us just kind of rotating back up into the 700s at some point today, but I would love NQ to also make a more constructive low than it did.
How did you find your style of trading work for you? Any main influences in other traders? Man, I would say that there's like so many little pieces I've added to my trading, and I've probably added like a significant piece to my trading every few years. It's not like the whole picture ever comes into play at one time. But I would say there's a guy named Harry Wilkie. He's influenced my style of trading, those gamma levels that I'm referring to. He gives me, he's taught me about like volume profile and realistically gamma levels, which didn't used to be a big part of the indexes. But since so much volume has moved into, like when I first started trading, they didn't even have weeklies. And then they came out with weeklies. And then they came out with dailies. And those, the options market is huge. And on days like today, where there really isn't a ton going on, we're waiting for news and you're just trading general variance of the market, paying attention to the 1 day expected move. So like, let's say the ES is not expected to move up or down more than 30 points. When you get to that edge on a day like today, where if we're up 30 points, there's no news, we're waiting for news later this week, you're probably going to get a reversion. And on a date like on FOMC, and if we get to that 1 day expected move, that very well could be the day that we blow through that expected move, because you have a volatility event. But the expected move for the SPY options market today is 682.25. So I'll set an alert at that 682.25. And when we get down there in the ES, I'll be looking for structure that tells me we're going long.
Order filled.
Also, as I mentioned earlier, there is a large gamma level here in the SPX that correlates with the ES. And we're within, as soon as we got to it, we bounced, and we haven't gotten forward below it. I don't think we're getting to the expected high today in the ES, but if we did, it's 59.12s. So if we were to have made a move earlier up in the morning higher, that expected move higher would be 59.12. For the NASDAQ, the expected move lower, and this is, of course, maybe that people have different data, but the expected move lower for the one day options market would be 25,555. So I will alert all of those levels, and when we get down to them, I know what I want to do. But until we do that, there's just not that great of setups.
I know nothing. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest of your day. I mean, the entire time that Jack and I have been on, we have just been in a 20. I mean, it's my fault. We've been in a 20-point range in NQ.
I was going to blame you, but.
No, trust me, it's me. It is me. This is what happens. I am responsible for all selling of volatility in the purely my fault.
I don't, but back to through the prior high of the day in the VIX here, through Friday's high.
I didn't even notice that there was a little bit in it today. I guess that makes sense. We still did sell off a touch.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's been forced back to its cave as of last week, so hard to get too excited until it's back over 20. Jack, someone's looking for how you get your expected moves in SPY.
How I get I get them from a moderator in my Discord, to be completely honest. He calculates them and gives them to me. So he pulls data from the CBOE and uploads it into a chart. He does a video every single morning on it on my YouTube channel. I'm not trying to like plug myself right now, but that's literally where I get it. I get it from him. His name's Perry Wilkie. But if you join me on NinjaTrader Live, I can tell you where those levels are. And I mean, obviously I'm not on here every single day, but I am going to be on, I believe, every Monday with Nick or somebody else. Nick, are you on Mondays this month?
So, I mean, yeah, I am on Mondays a lot of the time, at least in the morning or afternoon, but I am one of the lovely people on NT Live that is just kind of a jack of all trades. So I get thrown in wherever a lot of the time. The joy, I guess, of being a full-time trader and not having a lot of other commitments day in and day out. Excited to entertain you people and hopefully find a few trades. But yeah, I think you and I are doing a few sessions this week and, through really the end of the year. So
cool. You can DM me on Instagram and then just let me know that because I get a bunch of DMs and like most of them are like,
Here are 3 reasons.
Can I ask you a question? Which is the worst question in the world. But just tell me you're from NinjaTrader Live so I know to answer the question. CBOE is a Chicago Board of Options Exchange.
Nick, where can I give you a DM? I mean, I have a non-active Instagram that I really never post on, but I mean, I still have it. It's still, you could DM me there if that's where you want to follow me as well. But on X, I'll happily respond if you got something. I'm pretty much anonymous on Discord, so you won't find me there.
Can you meet Chris Boxes? Is that Chris Carry on? I'll type my YouTube channel in here. I mean, from my little bit of rejection. Yes, Chris, you can meet me. Let me know when you're in Chicago.
My patience, I mean, there's just not a lot to do here. You could absolutely get chopped up in this little range. It's hard for me to want to shorten the hole here. It's also hard for me to want to get too long an NQ until potentially another low. And then get back up into, let's say, the IB low before I'd really want to take another long since I've taken some paper cuts. But we're just moving at a snail's pace. It's Monday. It's FOMC week. There's no need to go balls to the wall and do something very stupid early in the trading week that I would imagine breaks us out of this consolidation that we've been sitting in for the last week plus, or since Thanksgiving. So we'll see if this kind of marks another temporary high and we get a larger move back down, or if we're going to make a new all-time high out of this week. I would imagine once we break that balance, and yes, we get our decision which way it's going to go. So yeah, pays to be patient.
So when we get off, the market's going to start moving. Is that the plan here?
Probably. It would not shock me to see us have a violent lunch hour for no reason because we're done trading. But I'll be back this afternoon to trade the close with, I believe, Leo.
Oh, I'll be leaving.
Yeah.
If you're trading the close, then I might as well go to the gym.
This is what's funny too, because historically I'm a New York Open to Euro close trader. Like that's when I've always made my money, and then I've done. I work out. I'll go spend time outside and do other things, other hobbies that I've had. But since we started NT Live, the boys and I were basically doing nothing but trading power hour. So now it's become a time of day that I trade. But at least for the rest of this year, it's really just going to be a time. I'm only trading it if I'm on the show. I have no interest in trading power hour at this time of the year.
Yeah. The thing about trading in general is just you have to have a high and deep level of concentration for an extended period of time. And I think that has a diminishing marginal effect. So I always thought I can only have you have to be patient and concentrated, which is a very hard skill set to develop, because while you're paying attention and also not doing anything, most people, that's, not, that doesn't really make sense. But that's why even just stepping away, whether it's, taking a walk around your house, you need to give yourself that mental break to reset that clarity. Especially if you find yourself, taking a lot of different cuts, or just, take a break. You don't get paid to trade. You get paid to be right.
Right.
And that's why just train that morning session. If that's all you want to do, man, that's great.
Someone was asking me, Nick, I use a rolling 5-day order flow volume profile. Yours has a different profile. So if you're talking about my charts from today, that is the RTH session, as well as the current swing leg that we are trading in. So rotations for NQ or ES will reset this leg to leg that you're seeing with like a delta, with the delta profile as well as that volume profile. But on my long time frame chart, I don't do a rolling 5-day. I usually will do like a visible range as well as just the weeklies. Or I might stack up the dailies on like a 30-minute chart and just kind of build it out from there. I think XY does that. It might be a 1 hour or the 30-minute. I can't remember what he does, but that's usually how I see it. No, don't see my chart. I mean, you guys have seen my execution chart. It's just the session's volume profile and then those leg to legs. I don't know if we lost my screen share. Can't tell if my screen's frozen or if price just isn't moving.
Could be both.
But yeah, it's just Jack's chart. I see. I see that it's just showing his. There it is. So
boom.
There, now you can see my leg to leg. So the current swing leg has recalculated from basically this point up here. So all of this volume from basically initial balance being set is this one. So this will, if we can start to get a build basically above 670, this will likely reset from this swing low down here, or not swing low, but from this low of the day type area, if we were to get a volume build a little bit higher. But that's what I use on my execution. Like I said, long time frame. If you've ever seen my 1 hour charts, which I don't load anymore because it slows down all of my volume based candle data. So when I actually am trading, I try not to load that one too. But I just do weekly volume profiles on the 1 hour and kind of build it out from there with the automated MGI populating. But if anyone was curious, like why I killed volatility, I mean, I came on air right here and we're still on here for another 10 minutes. And I'm sorry for this volume node that we have constructed, thanks to me.
The large block position display is actually something NinjaTrader Live gave me, but maybe they'll put it on their platform.
Do you use TPO market profile? I don't. I just well, once again, I guess I don't because I have, I mean, the only relevant data for me, because I use the volume profile, would be the single prints that may occur. But I have those also auto generate when they do happen or work when they are confirmed. So I don't necessarily look at not the footprint, sorry, a TPO that often. But I still have a chart. I just don't really focus on it. What about you, Jack?
I watched it at the open. I don't really watch developing time price opportunities. I mean, I understand they change every 30 minutes, but I'll mark up the volume profile of the prior day, and I do not pay attention to the developing TPOs. So, value area high, value area low, point of control. And I don't use those like as specific support and resistance levels that I would just enter on just because. I like to use them in confluence with other things. And then also, if anybody here has ever heard of the 80% rule, which is when we gap above or below the volume profile range and then trade back into it for two separate TPOs. And a TPO, for those of you guys who do not know, is basically a 30-minute time period. You have A period, B period, each, and it's lettered out. But if we are, I don't know if we didn't open, we opened at like the top side of value area high here in the NASDAQ today. But like if we were to open, let's say we opened today in the NASDAQ above 25,850s. And then as soon as we traded into, I have value area high at 25,800. If we trade into that for two different time price opportunities, 80% of the time you rotate down to value area low, which we've already done here today. We are past value area low in both indexes right now, both the ES and the NASDAQ, I should say.
I mean, yeah, someone just said it. Point of control is going to probably shift down here on NQ here in the next few minutes. So, oh, it did. It did just shift. There it goes. Yeah, lovely. If I was a cop, instead of backwards ABCs, I'd make them recite the TPO periods. That's funny. I couldn't even probably do that off the top of my head.
If I was in the CIA and had a black site needed to torture people, I'd make them watch this tape.
Yeah. I'm so used to the market dying when I'm on camera. Just is what it is.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Good to see you guys. Great job today.
Thank you. Made the best of the situation that we were in.
Yeah.
Not moving in either indice.
Yeah. Well, Wednesday, hopefully a lot of answers will be answered Wednesday, and then we'll move forward throughout the month of December. But I got to say, Jack, I love the way you have your bracket set. It's such a great feature on NinjaTrader desktop platform. I just love it.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it really removes the error of maybe not placing a stop or a target. Just like eliminate the most errors you could possibly make, and you'll have a little bit of chance of success.
You know, I love it. Leo drives me crazy with this. Don't worry, I'll put a stop in. Like, dude, put it in now. Do me a favor, man. You're stressing me out. You're making me nervous.
Yeah, or who knows? Like maybe your internet goes down, something comes out. I've been trading long enough where I've seen so many horrible scenarios that I expect the unexpected.
Yeah. I am with you guys for sure. Well, hopefully you guys had a great weekend here. And did you do anything fun this weekend?
A couple Christmas parties. In fact, a lot of Christmas parties. My building does this house walk every year. This kind of walk. Actually, Rahm Emanuel used to live on my floor, and in the apartment he lived in, there's like 9 figures of art, and it gets opened for this house walk. So it's kind of cool to be able to see that. So I had that on Saturday.
Awesome. I have a Ram and Ari Emanuel story. I'll tell you offline. I can't say it online. Anyway, great seeing you guys. Nick, same to you, man. Thank you for being here. We appreciate the thumbs up, everybody. But also subscriptions. Subscriptions are super important, folks, on the channel. Appreciate everybody who's already subscribed. It's free. Just tap that subscription button. These guys, the more the merrier. We get all this great content flowing through NinjaTrader Live. You got these two guys trading live risking it, laying it all out on the line. So the more subscriptions, the better, for sure. So high tides lift all boats. You guys have been great in the chat. Fantastic. This is the best community for sure for trading, and we want to make sure everybody knows about it. So let's hit that thumbs up one more time also for Jack and Nick before we get into an edge report, everybody. I appreciate that. Having said all that, Nick and Jack, I look forward to talking to you again soon. I'll see you this afternoon, Nick. You're going to be here with Leo, right?
Yep. I'll see you for Trade the Close.
All right. Awesome, man. I'll see you for Trade the Close. Jack, good seeing you, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Good seeing you. Take care, Jim.
All right. Oh, hang on a second, Austin. Calm down. You'd think I'd be prepared after all this time. And I don't even know why we're on this particular chart. Hang on a sec. We're going to shoot over to silver real quick. Silver's kind of interesting right now. We have kind of a, I don't know if this is like a Brontosaurus formation or what this is, but we had this really nice kind of breakout to the upside on silver. We had a double top, right? Double top, October 17th to the 13th of November, broke on through decisively, not even a little bit. It wasn't even a love tip. It was just a boom, a smash right through. Now we're in consolidation mode again, right? The top of my area of resistance right now is 59.17. The bottom starts support 57.49. And so it's been a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days kind of in there. You see the 8 EMA starting to slow down from the slope point of view, 21 not so much and 50 not so much, but ever so subtle. I drew an extension, a fib extension, and Paulie helped me out with this back in the day. Literally, it's a 3-point extension. So you pick a low, and then that's kind of point number one, and then you pick a high, which is right over here. And then you look for, that's the trend up, and then you look for a retracement back down, which is kind of this wick here I picked off at 47.95, 97.5, and then it draws an extension on the side here. And this is a pretty clean one too, because look at the top of my area of resistance. It's at that 123.6, right? And look at the support. It's right at that 100 as well. So that's that's framing this conversation pretty nicely. 138.2 at 60.31 is my next target up on silver. Intraday, we do have some, we're below VWAP today, but not a lot below VWAP today. Not that much movement here so far, but we do have that JAX 2 that we kind of tapped a couple of times today at $59 even. JAX 1, we never got down to it. Well, I guess we wicked down through it way back here. I don't know. I was sleeping, but we did wick through that. Almost got to JAX 4. But since then, buyers have been coming back in down at this level. So we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, really kind of nice wicks so far, kind of keeping us back in the value area, even though we're right at the precipice there between prices below value and the value area, 59.35. Let's shoot over to Treasury bonds right now. Deli was talking about it this morning, as he should be, because this is a very important market and it's very interesting. We just fell out of bed. I mean, we broke through support here, long-term support at 116 and 13. 30 seconds, and then my line in the sand 115 and 24 30 seconds based on the target wick that you see way back here on the 25th of September. Got that from Jimmy Urio, and you were just boom, falling out of bed. This next area of support and resistance is actually right where we're at right now. This was a little bit of a resistance back here in the end of August, and then we broke on through. I dragged it all the way across, and we're at that right now, 15 and 30 seconds, approximately 4.8 yield. I haven't updated this cash yield number yet, so don't take that too seriously, but it's pretty close to that. And then intraday, again, we're just bouncing off that Mentor Q 1-day min. I'm going to say this every day. It's just the gift that keeps on giving. 114 and 30 seconds. Look for this in trending markets, the 1-day min and the 1-day max. This one is right also tied up with S2. So there's two areas of interest in one spot. Not a lot of volume happened down here. Boom, we kind of bounced back up. We do have a competing point of control right there at that 115 even level. The official point of control is way up here at 115.16. That's actually put support. So another important level up here on the upside. But as long as we're below VWAP here and that 8 EMA, look how much separation there is with that 8 EMA. There's a lot. So I'm sorry, 9 EMA. 9 EMA. XYZ's got me doing the 9 EMA. In any event, excuse me. for my enthusiastic cough. Having said all that, everybody, thank you for being here. Best community, no doubt about it. InterTrader Live rocks. We appreciate everybody being part of this. This is about you guys, not about me. So thank you for being here. Greatly appreciate it. Remember, we'll be back at 2:30. Shai's going to do a hot commodity report. I'll do an update on the edge report. And then we're going to have Nick and Leo trade the close. So should be for some interesting trading later on this afternoon. Having said all that, appreciate everybody being here. Have a nice, relaxing lunch, and I will see you soon.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Shukart, and here is the news while we were away. First, I wanted to go over that tweet that we put out by President Trump this morning saying, I will be doing a one rule executive order this week. You can't expect a company to get 50 approvals every time you want to do something. What this one rule means is they want to essentially strip any states from being able to individually regulate artificial intelligence. Now, this is not popular within the Republican coalition as a whole, and not very popular with the consumers that are worried about things such as data privacy, parental controls, use of individuals' name or likeness. In addition, they don't like the data centers in their backyard. This has been a very contentious issue with most of the American public. We already have had several governors come out and say that they are going to fight this and that they're proposing their own legislation on artificial intelligence. So I don't expect this to be an easy road for Trump on this particular issue. Moving on, we have the Commerce Department to open up exports of NVIDIA H200 chips to China. Now, this was released by Semfor. Now, it is kind of a rumor because nobody from NVIDIA or the White House has responded for comment on this, but the rumor has it that the move would send NVIDIA's H200 chips to China, kind of seeking a middle ground for those who oppose exports of any kind of chips and those who worry that restrictions will hand the market to Chinese competitors. And so China didn't like the fact that we would only give them H20 chips, and so this is supposedly some kind of, I guess, again, middle ground for this. We will have to see if this rumor is true or not, but of course, we had NVIDIA spike 2% on the news, so we'll look to see what that means going forward, because there is a bill in Congress right now called the SAFE Act that would prohibit this. And this was apparently an issue. This is apparently coming from the U.S. Department of Commerce. So again, another kind of contentious point here. We don't know if it's true or not, but again, anything to bounce NVIDIA, and it will. We had a 3-year auction. It was an A-. It was pretty good. The offering stopped at 3.614%, 8 bips through when the yield issued. So it was a good auction as a whole. Won't go into the gory details, kind of boring, but we'll just say it's a 3-year auction. Didn't really expect it to go poorly. Again, the auctions that we've been having problems with really lie within the long end. And then we have kind of a note on pre-FOMC, looking at, we have global yields rising. We talked a little bit about this morning, and we have the Federal Reserve might feel compelled to take a hawkish dot plot outlook. We know already there is a dissent. There is at least 4. There could be possibly 5 dissents within the Fed. So we will have to keep an eye on that. But the fact is that if we do have a very hawkish dot plot outlook, even though they lower rates, that could actually make yields spike. And we've seen that happen before when they have cut rates, but yet yields continue to spike anyway. So just something to keep an eye on that we've been talking about kind of over the last couple of weeks, as a matter of fact, and again this morning. And then the dissents would be Goolsby, Schmid, Hammock, and Logan. And then last but not least, we have Trump. We mentioned this morning as well. Trump is supposed to have announced the Farm Bill, $18 billion this afternoon at 2 p.m. with Bessent and Agriculture Secretary Rollins, with growers of corn, cotton, sorghum, soybeans, rice, cattle, wheat, etc. That said, I have been waiting for this to happen. It has not happened yet. And so just keep in mind, even though this is a farm aid bill. You never know what Trump might say, and this hasn't started yet, so just a heads up and to trade the close. But before we trade the close, I will hand it off to Jim for an edge report.
Thank you, Shai. By the way, if you were following any of the FOMC stuff, Austin Goolsbee has a personal X presence, and he's very funny. And if you're a Bears fan, you want to check out his X post today. That's all I'm saying. Austin Goolsbee. Oh my goodness. Let's start with soybeans, since we're going to have a big announcement coming out of the White House any minute now. With, by the way, Scott Bessent will be there, so his role is everywhere. This is just a daily candle. This is the January beans. We're closed for this session, but this is kind of how we ended up. Nice sell-off here. Nice rally. Let's start with the rally. We rallied from the 14th of October all the way up to this peak high here on the 19th. So about a little over a month. Then we started kind of slowly rolling over here. And right now we're not quite to a 38.1% retracement, but pretty close. But really the key here in my mind is that 8 EMA crossing underneath the 21 EMA for the first time in, quite a while. So that's a little bit on the bearish side here. So we'll see if this sell-off continues. We're sitting right on that 50 EMA right now. So this market's going to open up again tonight at 8 p.m. For a Globex session that goes all the way pretty much for about 12 hours plus. That's the soybean market. Let's kind of pivot over to the Treasury bonds, because the Treasury bonds are still kind of stuck in the mud here. Let's go to a daily chart just to kind of see. We broke through again my 115, 24, 30-second line in the sand. We're a little bit, yields are a little better than 4.8, but not much. We really just wicked through this 115 even level here. This is an old area of resistance. I identified it, just dragged it all the way back over. That's October. That was the August, resistance level. And now we're kind of tapping it again. And so we'll see where we close today. This is not a pretty close. And you can see we've been selling off pretty much nonstop since the top of the consolidation range back at 117 and 26 30-seconds on the 28th of November. So again, looking pretty negative here. We'll see what happens. I guess Wednesday is going to be a big day. Someone says there's a big event coming up. This is the intraday chart here. Kind of a nice retracement back up actually, but this is almost a perfect textbook Brian Shannon VWAP touch, right? We broke big time below the session VWAP and we kept digging. We went all the way to S1. We kind of stalled out a little bit, but we did print 114 handle. And then we kind of rallied, kind of orderly rally actually back up above the 9 EMA. We got to talk to XYZ about that. And then kept going right to VWAP and then sold off VWAP again. Now we're kind of stuck between VWAP and the 9 EMA right now, but we couldn't penetrate. We couldn't get any further. Sellers are still in charge of this marketplace. Let's pivot over to my second favorite market of all time. We'll say that, the Bitcoin. Let's pop this up real quick. Bitcoin had some promise this morning and it's giving it all back. We have some sort of, hammer formation coming up right now. We almost had an equal and opposite this morning when we logged in after that overnight action that we had on Saturday and Sunday. That was kind of the positive side for the Bitcoin. And boom, now we're back down below the 8 EMA. We're below the 38.1% retracement again. We didn't even tag the 21 EMA. And things are kind of moving back down to this kind of, loosely fitting trend line I have down here as well, about a 23.6% retracement. So again, can't get any momentum to the upside or sustain momentum to the upside in the Bitcoin so far. And again, we have those April lows. I'm circling as my target for a double bottom here. We'll see if we get to it in December or not. Maybe we won't, but thinking we might. Intraday, let's pop this up again. Mentor Q, if you're not following Mentor Q, it's worth a peek. It's definitely worth a peek. 1 day max, boom. I know we hit it overnight after the London initial balance, and that framed the top of the conversation. That was resistance for the whole session. So these are really good levels on trend days. The Bitcoin goes 24 hours. So that's a nice target. We couldn't penetrate past that. We started selling off, and when we broke that put support level, forget about it. We never looked back. Crossed below session VWAP. And then look at where that 9 EMA is. Crossed below it, went all the way down, formed a nice low actually. And this, there's a value area low kind of, but right by that blind spot 1. Again, that's another mental Q level, and we have these buyers wicks, buyers wicks, buyers wicks. So there's an awful lot of support right here around that 90,100 level. I don't know if we'll get back up to VWAP or not, but on the upside, we have resistance at 540. So that's kind of where we're stuck right now. Let's shoot over to the Mighty Russell here. Mighty Russell is the biggest loser so far today, or the smallest loser, I should say. Well, actually, now we're positive. 0.13, 0.12%. This is kind of a nice chart here because we broke through this consolidation. We had a 5-day consolidation period here between 2504 and the downside 2471. We broke on through it. We're trading up a little bit higher, but we're not quite to a triple top yet. We have a double top. We're trying to get to that triple top here. I don't know what happens. We got to ask XYZ if there's even such a thing as a triple top, but it looks like we're going to get there. The MACD is looking pretty good. Intraday, what did happen here in the Russell? Kind of nice volume profile actually. Right in the middle of the value area is that JAX2 level. We're driving back up toward it as we speak, 2530. That's on my radar screen. We're still trading below VWAP though. Ever since we closed below VWAP, which is right here, this is that 9:30 to 10 o'clock candle, we've been just kind of staying below it the whole time. We keep tapping it, keep selling off it, keep selling off it, keep selling off it. So that was some good trading for those VWAP traders because we never really, you would have to take a little bit of heat here at that 11:30 to 12 o'clock candle, but it just turned around pretty quickly after that. So we'll see if we get back up to the JAX2 level and that high vol level, which is kind of where gamma shifts intraday, 2520 held pretty nicely. That is this afternoon's Edge Report, and we are ready to trade the close with Nick for a tick and XYZ. Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
Hey, Jim.
Good to see you.
Good afternoon.
I'm back.
You're back. I know, double duty today, Nick. That's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, markets seem a little more lively now than they did when I was on with Jack this morning. So
yeah,
hopefully that'll continue here into the bell.
Yeah, and XYZ, I'm not picking on you. You're the one who said there's no such thing as a double bottom, but there is a double top.
No, double bottoms are real.
Double bottoms are real. I had to bet.
Double bottoms are real.
What about triple tops?
Triple tops. I would say double tops are fake news, but triple tops, you got to look out for those. That could be some.
All right, there you have it from the authority himself. Well, Nick, let's start with you, man. What do you got cooking?
So I'm short. I guess now from the 630s, I've added this like twice. I was down to like 1, then I added another one, and just added a third back on. My original size was 3, and I was kind of short in this general area as we broke down below previous day low. But I'm ready to scratch out of this because I don't love that we've continued to kind of hold up. When I added here, I was kind of hoping for a flush. So we'll see. I don't mind just kind of scratching out of this because I've made my money on this trade at this point. I could have made more, but I'm trying to also get better at situations like this, which is like adding back in with the longer trend of the day.
Right, I got you. All right, so right now you got. I'm going to try to focus my old glasses here. You're short 1, right?
I'm short 3.
You're short 3. Okay, thank you. And then you got your stop kind of moved above that peak there, and then you got a target for 1 a little bit below. What about the other 2 units?
I'm just going to see how much lower we can go. In theory, I mean, yes, I could see potentially rolling down a tad lower, but I don't know. I'm kind of just manually managing this since basically these 3 were not the intended part of the trade.
Yeah,
I took most of them off when we broke down here, and then basically got back in again. So I don't have a long time frame plan here.
All right, I like it. Good trading so far, Nick. XYZ, let's move over to you. What are you looking at?
I'm long on NQ and gold.
Can we get the betrayal sound effect already? Because that's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean this is a spot to do it. Honestly, with gold, I actually left limit orders. So if you guys are looking at my screen, give me a second.
So you're long.
Yeah, there's a low volume area, and I was sprinkling limit orders through, trying to get down to like 08s maybe for a fill, and they didn't quite get there. So I got 2, and after a while, I decided, look, I'm just going to sit on these, and it's going to do what it does. We're break even. Let's see if it holds. But for NQ, this was interesting to me. So we were trading pretty much this spot. This price is the taper on, I don't know what day this is, what, the 3rd? The taper here, and we've been auctioning above ever since, and this is just a low volume spot. So to me, I'm waiting to see if they do hold this spot, and they gave 2 attempts. And if you're gonna, it's like if I was short and we're coming down and there's 2 attempts and they fail to breach a lower range, then I'm gonna trail out of the short. But in this case, I'm flat. So to me, because we're in that low volume spot where it could find a bid, possible, you never know. I saw 2 attempts. They really did try to sell this thing pretty heavy. They couldn't get what they wanted. I got positioned. I took half off already on the initial bounce. And I just decided, you know what, because they absorbed so many shorts coming up in this range here where this little green square is, I'll risk the other half of the position and try to really climb back through the range. So luckily, been paid on that already. And gold, we'll see what gold does. I don't know.
Okay. Well, maybe you and Nick's position meet in the middle, and we have 2 winners.
There's a handshake deal right in the middle.
Is that possible?
Yeah, we both got to flatten like right now, though, I think.
Hey, we can't have a prearranged trade here, though. I think that's an exchange violation. So I didn't say that out loud. Anyway.
Yeah, we'll basically settle out of our 3s together.
Yeah.
I do have a revision I want to make. I will say triple tops still fake news, but head and shoulders real news.
Okay.
There is a difference.
All right. That sounds good. We'll see what the Russell does. We'll see if we get that triple top or not.
If there was ever a triple top to really be real, it would definitely occur in the Russell.
Man, oh man, so brutal. I love the Russell.
He just tells it like it is.
It's, permanently range bound.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, great stuff. Everybody, thanks for being part of Ninja Trader Live. Appreciate everybody participating in the chat. Everybody listening, thank you. Nick and XYZ are going to be working hard as usual here. We had a great session so far this morning. We got some great programming for the rest of the year, and so we really appreciate subscriptions to the channel. Gives us higher visibility. It's a win-win for everybody. It's free. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel, it would mean a lot to me. It would mean a lot to us. So please consider that. It's free, by the way, and we are commercial free, by the way. You're not getting any interference on this channel. You're just getting content as long as we're going. Late next year, we're going to have expanded hours too. I don't know if I was supposed to announce that or not, but I just did. So we're going to keep moving forward here. Thank you, everybody, for being part of the show. I am going to dip in the chat. Nick and XYZ, I wish both of you the best of luck on your trades.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
So I just found out that we will have expanded schedules.
I just found out that you and me apparently are going to continue to work more. That's how they told us.
All right,
that's how they told us.
I should just shoot you a text and we'll find a price we both like, or
yeah,
just do it over
probably
the
right
phone?
here on the 600s. I mean, I'm ready to fold out of this. I was trying to get long so much earlier in the day after catching the short basically from the highs and paper handing it for like 40, 50 points. And then kind of just
You said earlier you were like adding to the short or something, right? Like constantly.
Oh, this short I was. The short from like 830s that I took, I got like spooked out of it.
830s?
Yeah.
You're talking about like way early in the day?
Yeah. This I was kind of short as we kind of were breaking down below what is that, previous day high? Overnight high, I think was 830s. Yeah. And then this little whatever this was scared the crap out of me that we were going to just immediately, without much effort from buyers,
the same old story. Shorts are done for.
I thought shorts were done and we were going to 26K. Like, so I was like, all right, I'm trailing out. I'm out. Just scared the crap out of me.
And then they said, all right, Nick's out.
Yep.
It's time to
liquidate
really
everybody.
Yeah, I just turned on the charts and I'm looking at, looks like a down day. The daily candle looks not very bullish. But then I zoomed out, or I went to the 1 hour and I kind of saw this and I was like, look, if I'm gonna get a trade on the stream, it's probably either gonna be here or we're gonna continue breaking down, filling in the low volume spot until what, the 460s. And now I'm just sitting in it. I mean, they're still absorbing the shorts, so
Yeah.
hopefully
I
it's
may
enough.
just-
I think, oh yeah, gold ran me out
But you know
already.
what we have to do since it's you and I on trade the close. We both need to flatten. Otherwise, we're just going to be stuck meandering the 590s to 620s.
They're gonna keep hovering price right in the middle of our positions,
hmm
waiting for them to, all right, like get them out first, and then we'll pick a direction. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the long is um, today's daily candle with the prior one. They don't really go well together for longs, but the order flow is definitely telling me otherwise. So the risk wasn't too bad either, so I had to take the shot. I thought I could double barrel long it with NQ and gold, but gold just took me out of that. I don't even know where my break even was, but yeah, I sprinkled limit orders through gold and I got two and it started going. I was like, okay, well, if it comes back now, I don't really want to be in this anymore because it's another attempted long or it's
Yeah.
another attempt by buyers that's failing and they might not care what I think in the end of the day. So hopefully NQ just works out for me and we don't have to consider a handshake deal.
It seems like since gold sold off from like 4300s the other day, volume has like died. Seems like there's nobody trading it anymore.
Yeah, the range is definitely
It's
narrowed.
compressed.
Um, so I'm waiting for you to tell me like what's that new,
Out. I'm out. I got trailed out. I
Yeah,
didn't want to
the
be in
short.
this over 620. So
All right,
now it's
we
free
got him.
to just go.
We got
Oh
him.
yeah, that was the right decision. In that little liquidity zone print too. I'm like, yeah, all right, fair enough.
Yeah, it's only up now.
I mean, I was in that
Actually,
trade from lunchtime, so or I guess that
yeah,
one of
you
the
already
last
got paid
runners
enough.
was.
It's my turn.
I'm not good at that type of trade though, like the ads and reoffer spots. Like I feel like it never works when it's a down day.
You mean like because the bounces are just way too violent?
I mean, usually, yeah, and
Yeah.
I never do it when I happen to catch a long or a trend day up, whatever. I never seem because the pullbacks are so shallow that yeah, I just never seem to be good at adding to winners.
Yeah, the only way to do that is turn off your brain,
Mm-hmm.
honestly. Just got to turn off your brain, smooth it out for the day. Yeah, there's a lot of sell right here that's not getting what they want. So I think it's looking all right for me.
Yeah, I think
Could be
I
famous
think
last
it's
words.
gonna work out, or we're about to die.
I hope it's not that one for sure.
I mean, you already got paid.
Gold is currently doing me dirty. I think it probably just ticked my stop break even and now it's changing its mind again. So screw gold. I'm waiting for Nick to tell me what's next,
Probably silver.
Silver?
Yeah, probably silver will
How's
trade
the spread?
in the new year or something. I have no idea. I've never looked at it. I'm just being a smart ass. I'm just gonna move on to precious metal, eventually settle in at copper or platinum.
You made a pie chart, put all the metals on there, and just spun the thing.
We're gonna just start day trading palladium, which I don't think you really can do. I think it actually, I think you have to only swing that. I don't think a 500 volume chart's gonna do well there.
Did I watch 60 Minutes last night? No, what was on 60 Minutes? Nice entry on NQ. Thank you. But it's yeah, it's a lot more simple than what you would think. It's just the edge of the node, right? And they tried two attempts, and if they're not gonna make it in two attempts, I'm gonna start scaling in. So I just started scaling into the short, like averaging into it. I mean, into the long, sorry, averaging into it. And this is just where the average is now. I had 6 total, took off half. So yeah, my long started in the upper ranges, like in the 80s, close to the 90s is where I was getting in position. And on this pullback, I'm just like getting more in. I mean, obviously in hindsight, I wish I had more size, but I mean, when you're trying to long a down move like this, like a new low, it's a little different.
I mean, I was trying to do it from the IB low, previous day low, sitting down there too. I took several small paper cuts trying to.
Oh, like early in the day?
Yeah, I tried, but we just couldn't get anybody trying to buy this over like 660s when I was on. Like this was the hour of midday that I was trading.
No way.
Yeah, this consolidation.
Oh, it was.
It's terrible. And thank you everybody in the chat who was hanging out with us and, keeping it entertaining because there was nothing to do.
I mean, chat should know better. If Nick is on air.
Oh, we talked about it.
Come on.
I said everybody just sell vol. That's the most profitable trade you can do. Just start selling the VIX.
Would you say that when you enter, you need price to go right away or you cut it? Generally, I would like it to be working or else, yeah, I'm trying to get out of it. You would see like in my older streams, 1 second I'm in a position and literally 2 seconds later, the brackets are all gone because I'm flattened. I flattened it and that's just the way I have to do it because otherwise, I would cook myself, honestly. If I take more drawdown, at some point, you never know. It could be hopium coming in. You're like, it could work still, or I might as well add some more now, or might as well keep the stop or extend it. I always have stops placed in my positions, but I more often will flatten it before it reaches the stop. Because if it's not going my way, I just got to get out. I don't want to hold on to it because some people, like you'll see Tanya and Kane, they can run wider stops and they do just fine. But with me, it doesn't work well for me. It can get out of control. So it just doesn't work.
Sometimes being in 8 minis as you are with a 50-point stop, it's no.
Dude, if I had a 50-point stop, it's 2 minis max. I wouldn't even take that trade because I would just go crazy. I'd just cry while I'm in the trade.
The way that you and I trade, it doesn't really work that way. Like order flow doesn't exactly work that way. 50 points on NQ to really, on a short time frame, say you're still right.
Yeah, like 20 points further, the order flow could just drastically shift. And if for us, it would be like, why are we even still sitting in this thing? Yeah, so the way we trade, it's definitely got to be tighter stops because when we enter, it's based off of order flow we're seeing right now. But they can always switch it up at any point, right? Order flow is evergreen. It's everywhere. It's all the time. We just try to make the best use out of whatever information we're getting within the next 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minute. So I'm a right or right out kind of guy because it protects me mentally and it definitely protects the account. Otherwise, I will absolutely cook myself.
Speaking of cooking yourself, who short my stop? Because you only took 2 points of heat and currently are sitting 30 points of profit.
Are they going to come kill me?
I mean, it seems like anyone who took my short as I was trailed out of it.
I should have known.
Yeah.
As soon as you stopped out that it would just flush. I should have known.
My stops, it's insane. Either I'm like just really, really terrible at like just eyeballing places to put stop losses lately, or at least on this show, because it's like I do it and it doesn't usually happen when I'm by myself.
Yeah, I think I should just use it as a potential reversal indicator. If I'm like long and you've got like a buy stop for a short, I should just cover there. The C story was all about Swiss watches. What'd they say? What's there to talk about with Swiss watches right now? Great long XY, followed you and just hit my target. Well, I'm glad you hit your target because I'm still in half of this position like an idiot. Um, New kid stopping by to show some support. Shadowworks. Well, we're glad you're here. And if you could do so, please hit the like button because it helps us out. You got into that because they tried twice to get under? Yeah, 2 attempts. They tried to, well, obviously, they're making new lows. They make a new low. They come back to that new low and they tapered it again. So if anyone's looking at order flow in that range, you would see the prices 76 and under. They're not putting much volume. So the first time, obviously you bounce a little bit and then you come back to that range. And if you're still not going to show me strong selling in that range, maybe it's going to, not a full-on reversal, but it's going to go back up at least to find some reoffer. So I take that as an opportunity to get the size in, take profits off as it's doing that, and then hold some if it's going to be a reversal, which it's not so sure about that anymore. But that was the way I approached that trade. It's not invalid yet. Yeah, so that is another thing too, right? I would take the trade-off before the idea is invalidated. But if it's approaching, if the information is changing on me to the point where I don't have confidence in it anymore, I would just take it off because I can always re-enter. And if it continues to go lower, if it's unvalidated, I'll get a better entry. So that's something you'll see that I do often too. I'll take a trade off and just say like I'm trying to get a better entry on these. I don't want to hold these now and just sit in the drawdown for the better entry. And then at the end of it all, I'm like, why didn't I just take those off? Why did I hold that position and take these unrealized losses when I could have just cut it there and then put it back on with whatever I'm putting on now at this entry and not just hold on to that, right? Hold on to the heat. And, after so long of me always thinking that, I'm just like, okay, well, let's just stop doing that then. And if it runs without you because you took it off, it is what it is. There's so many trades that are going to occur, so many opportunities, and you've got to live. For some, it doesn't work out that way, right? They got to put the position on. This is where I'm invalidated. This is where I'm going to take the profit and just let the market do its thing. Because ultimately, that's what it's going to do, whatever it wants. 60 minutes best traders in the world. Or more like 60 minutes volatility killers. XYZ and Nick.
Yeah.
Puff piece on the artistry of watchmaking. Interesting.
Man, they really did just come take my trailed stop and say, all right, now we can keep moving.
Josh, yeah, still needs a break. Because when they extend the schedule, he might be on like, literally 25 hours a day. Yeah, he just needed a break. I mean, streaming is hard, and he was on the show a lot, so he needed some just time away. If anyone's worried about him, you don't need to be, if that's what you guys are wondering. Hold on. So the 60-minute segment got you interested in watches, and then now you hate watches? Is that what you're saying? How does time and sale different from the OFL tools you use? It's not different. Any order flow tool is going to be taking data from time and sales. Anything order flow is taking data from the time and sales. So
it's really just a whatever you want to call it, like a different visualization of the volume that's coming in real time.
Yeah. Okay, I think they're gonna cook me.
How do I get this order flow indicator? Well, there is a good amount of free tools on the OFL website that you can plug and play right into NinjaTrader. So there is a freemium edition you can sign up for and get access to that will have a variety of different OFL tools.
Yep, it's free. Being facetious. Yeah, well, that 60 minutes that you spent watching 60 Minutes might cost you many, many, many dollars in the near future, Mr. Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
I knew they were going to do that. As soon as you said Jeff, I was like,
I
they're
haven't
gonna play
heard
it
that
like
in a
that.
really long time. I forgot they even had it.
I do love that that little rip at like noon was based on NVIDIA information that has already been said before about chips being able to be sold to China. That kind of made me laugh when I saw that.
Wait, what? Able to be sold to China? Chips?
The H200 chips came up right around 1 o'clock Eastern, which was basically that little push back up to 690s.
Uh-huh.
But that same story released like a week or two ago. and we rallied off of it.
They're running it back.
Recycled story.
Like squeezing
And
that
it did
little
make
bit of
me
juice
laugh.
left. Money on the birds? No, I don't sports bet. I don't sports bet. But dude, if they okay, no Lane Johnson, no Jalen Carter. Yeah, that sucks. But come on. I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore. All I know is I'm going to end up disappointed. Even when they win, I am disappointed. For obvious reasons, right? Kevin Patullo still has a job, so I will be disappointed in, for the foreseeable future. Well, a lot of people would argue that sports, although very exciting, gambling is also very exciting. So they want to compound the excitement.
I mean, clearly there's something to that when you're seeing some of the potential valuations of like Polymarket and Kalshi and
and
the
stuff.
others. So it's like clearly there's a market and there's a need and a want from a lot of people though, and nothing will ever top like being in college though. And some of my friends who discovered sports gambling, and you ask them how much they're betting on this Notre Dame Michigan game, whatever it is, and it's like $5, and you would think they took out a second mortgage to make the the play because of how they're reacting.
It's like,
So
don't
it's
you
just
get in
pure
the
comedy.
end zone. I need the other guy to get in the end zone.
I'm like, how much you have on this? Oh, $5. Okay.
5. But if I hit the 6-leg parlay, I'll have 300.
There you go. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how I guarantee what will likely be, I would imagine, those two companies causing either some aspect of new regulation or legalization, I would imagine, of those things across not just state by state anymore.
Yeah, and it's like a social thing now too. It's kind of like social drinking or smoking. It's the thing to do socially. So there's definitely and when you watch a sports game, one commercial break, you'll see sports gambling ads for 3 different companies within the same commercial break. They're definitely pushing it.
And then
While
soon
we're on the
there's gonna-
topic, if you, no, I'm just kidding.
No, I'm kidding. No, that would be funny though, where it's like eventually there's
Affiliates.
I mean, whatever. No, but whatever you want to call. I don't know how you describe this. Basically, would be you're not actually taking the trade, but you're taking a bet on is XY or me going to hit this next trade.
It's like the bet of the bet.
Yeah, like
of
that.
the bet.
That's where
It's
it just
getting very meta.
becomes like the Inception, like literally Inception type gambling. Just ridiculous.
Well,
There's
I'm
going to be
take-
something like that. Watch.
I'm taking the
You can
over.
bet, you can bet on the outcome of your buddy's bet.
I'm taking the over on the Jalen Hurts anytime TD parlayed with half of all sports bettors also betting on that. The gamma of the bet, yeah. Taking
Exactly.
a bet on the gamma of the bet. So then you'll have people talking about gamma and hedging on sports betting.
Okay, yeah, Jeff knows. See, that'd be like a derivative of a betting derivative of a betting derivative. So that would be hilarious.
It's like that
Someone-
scene's like, let's bet on this.
If that's $1 billion idea, someone let me know. We'll just XY and I will just immediately start a competitor to Polymarket tomorrow.
Do you have a time period you want to hold if the trade is not moving? No, it's not based on time. Unless it's like a news a data drop, but no, not based on time. It's based on things where, either there's still enough P&L for me to want to take it off and still be okay with that if it goes without me. Uh, how sick I am of just being on the chart. That's another thing. Uh, yeah, pretty much those two. If it's just like doing nothing like this, it would be that. Like right now, if it hovers above like 1500-ish, I'll start to consider like, should I just take this off and call it what it is? But if it's under, then I'm just gonna hold it because like I might as well. But time, no. I've already gotten half the position off for pretty good profits, so that's what makes it okay. If I haven't gotten anything yet, I'd be flat.
Yeah.
I would have gone flat when they tried to buy this through again and then failed again. I would have just flattened it right there. Or at least went down to just one lot. Bet on Chipotle, Bill. Hate to say it, I am betting XY is gonna get stopped out. I mean, that would probably be like you've gotta put up $300 to win one. That's a minus 300 bet because it's still pretty likely, or it was. It's a little better now, but at the time, yeah, it was quite likely. So can you imagine, dude, if you were watching like a sports, I don't know, football game, and then at the half, the commentators they break down the game so far, and then they start talking about gamma on the sports betting.
I
They
mean,
start pulling
who
up charts.
knows?
They start pulling up charts and talking about gamma and
I would not be shocked if with how advanced like AI will probably eventually get that stuff will be like real time, like evolving to the way almost like how trading is moving in real time and buyers and sellers at every price, at every percentage level of profitability, you're going to find probably liquidity in someone taking that
they
eventually.
do
That'd
have
be
live
interesting to
betting.
see. Yeah,
So
basically would be.
like on top of the scoreboard, they'll have like the live betting, the options, the flows, right? The flows of the live betting,
Mm-hmm.
the skew, the open interest. All right, Nick, we
Apparently,
gotta get on this before everyone else
apparently
does.
there already is this stuff. So you and I are late to the party. Clearly,
Oh
there's already
man.
someone getting Series B billion-dollar valuations, and you and I are just
I thought we were gonna get
too late.
rich. Okay, well, what should I do about this? Let's see. Well, oh, gold wants to. Okay, cool. Forget it. I'm like, what should I? You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. The next push, I'm just gonna get out of this. I'm really sick of holding this thing. To the point where if it just skyrockets the rest of the day, I'm cool with it because I'm not so convinced we've seen the low just yet.
I think we're gonna make a new one, but
Yeah,
I'm
so
also flat
I'm
now
gonna
because they hate me.
so I'm gonna try to just take the rest of the money on this trade and call this good for now. Unless they make me chase it. Look, all right. I'll chase it. I've chased two. I'll chase this. We're flat. That's the trade.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
I'm happy with it. Yeah. So if anyone in chat's wondering, I'm happy with it. Don't get me wrong. The first move did pay quite a bit and got another, what, 1500-ish on the rest of it. So not bad for Leo hitting me up like 30 minutes before the stream telling me I need to cover him.
Classic.
Then I was like, oh, I've got you know, I got calls that I'm scheduled for that I gotta make. I was like, have you tried Nick? He's like, Nick's on. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I got you. I got you.
Classic big cat. More important things than hanging out with you or me.
He's got fires to put out, yes.
Always.
But
A
I
busy
can't
man.
complain because I made a little bit of money. Problem with bets, it's hard to change your mind. Yeah, you can't exactly stop out on a bet. You gotta go
I
down
mean,
with
don't
it.
they have a?
Oh, they have early cash outs, but that's when
Yeah.
you're like in profit though.
Oh, that's
That's
true.
cutting your winners. Yeah, they'll never let you cut the loser. They let you cut the winner. I think that's how it is.
Yeah, like your bet is spread and the quarterback throws a pick six the first play of the game. You're like, all right, I just want to get out.
I'm gonna plan this.
I'm out.
You just start your buddies you just hear one guy like, all right, I'm flat. Both starting tackles. What? They don't have their starting tackles? Okay, well, okay, if you think about that, the Philly defense is not exactly the issue. Well, they don't have Jalen Carter, so yeah, that would help for sure, but it's the offense.
Oh, I guess I
Defensive
did.
tackles. If their defensive tackles are out, then it's good.
I forgot that it was even. I mean, I know it's Monday, but I guess it didn't even register to me that you were talking about Monday Night Football.
Yeah, football tonight. Bookmakers are definitely aware of the gamma because they have to pretty much hedge their odds. So you'll see like money lines changing or like spreads are changing and stuff like that, odds, because they got to keep that balanced. Yeah. Robinhood has betting? Wow. Maybe Nick and I will go work on Jane Street. Go work at Jane Street so we can pitch them our idea. And they'll just be like, we're already executing it. Get out of my
Yeah,
office.
they're like, we've been developing that for 3
Yeah.
years. What, you
Get out
guys
of the
are-
building.
Get out. Come back to me when you have original idea.
How did you guys get in, by the way? We need to know who to fire. Am I going to the game? No, I'm not going to the game. ICT on football? Oh, now you're cooking. Oh, yeah, DraftKings, you can leave a runner. Wait, I thought if you take the live cash out, like you're getting flat. How do you have multiple lots
Leave a
or
runner.
contracts on?
I love that you said leave a runner.
Yeah. So essentially you'd have to make the bet 3 times then to oh, there you go, identical bets. Okay, that makes sense.
Nick, how many attempts would you try on a trade if you get stopped out and the idea is still in play? I mean, a single idea, like if I was trying to, in theory, like short up here, like short up here in this consolidation that we were kind of in after that like lunchtime Nvidia news, and I kept getting like wicked out. I mean, it's not a big range, so it probably wouldn't have happened. But if I still kind of believed in it and it still looked like sellers were absorbing up here, it really depends on like how I'm able to define risk, because in some cases I probably should not be stopped out of that more than twice if I am actually in potentially a valid trade. But any more than like 2 or 3 times, like I would say I should, yeah, I'm definitely wrong. But it's pretty rare I do it more than twice. Like if I get stopped out with the same idea twice, it means like I probably just had either a terrible entry or I'm wrong. So that's that. But yeah, you don't see me like kind of snowball back into a losing trade, or right after a losing trade, excuse me, very often. I tend to just wait and then sometimes miss the next trade or miss potentially that second attempt and then hate watch it.
Or hate watch it. Yeah, that's the one.
Or, which is still something I continue to work on with myself, which would be suddenly tried to fade my own thesis that was eventually proved right. Like we get the flush and then I'm suddenly, 50, 60, 100 points later, I'm trying to buy it because I'm seeing something on the tape, but it's like I was looking for a flush of, we definitely could go down to the next support and resistance level, whatever, 200 points lower. And that was kind of my thought. If we got a big flush, where we could go, or a big move higher. And suddenly I'm in the opposite side of the trade trying to take an idea against the initial idea, which is just idiotic when you think about it.
I think that definitely happens to everybody.
Yep.
Definitely. And then after a while, you're like, why did I even flatten it? Now that I flattened it, I keep finding myself taking the other side, and it's wrong every time.
Yep.
If I was still in that, I wouldn't be doing this.
Yep.
Yeah, Bleezy. The cash out offers are always terrible. If the casino's offering to pay you, it's not a good thing. They're definitely not doing it to be nice. That's for sure. I think yeah, hold up. It's time. It's time. I gotta switch hats. There. This is more appropriate. So
you and I
guys,
trading
really
FOMC
cool
again?
market. What's up?
Are you and I trading FOMC again? Yes, we are. As is tradition.
As is, yeah, it is always us. So we'll boogie, I think. Fractal, is it your first time getting to the playbook? Eliminate my 360. If as long as it's not moon cycles or Elliott waves, I think it's all right, man. Egg ball teams? Close. Something like that. If you were an offensive coordinator and you've been doing so poorly that the fan base just wants you fired and it got to a point where they egged your house, would you leave? Would you stay?
I mean,
Would you cry?
I wouldn't quit. I'd let them fire me, get my buyout deal, get one of those.
That's like, look, you want me gone? You're gonna have to pay me.
Yeah. Like, I'll take a Brian Kelly, $50 million buyout to go away. Just so then they can pay Lane Kiffin an absurd amount of money.
Do I have something against Elliott waves? No. I don't have anything against it, and it's only because I don't think anything of it.
He's a big moon cycle guy, though.
Full port on full moon. Fingers off keyboard today. Yeah. Well, for me, it did the reverse of what it did to Nick. It waited until I actually covered my position, took the profit on it to start working versus the stop. And I might have to just hate watch. So
the classic pastime of hate watching, ladies and gentlemen.
But honestly, a new low is not out of the picture yet either. So honestly, if it does rocket up, I won't regret it. It is what it is. It was a good trade. I'm happy with it. Numerology based trade. Well, look, fiber optic. The numerology based traders are still probably trying to get to that 140s right now. So inferior for sure.
I mean, we really killed volatility again. Unbelievable.
The fractal, you like that, huh? Peter Brandt said something funny about Elliott wave. At least when I'm wrong, I admit. rather than start a new wave count.
Nick, you seem to bounce from ES to NQ. How do you dictate what to trade? Well, it helps that I have both charts usually pulled up at the exact same time, and I can kind of see one versus the other. For example, there was a very nice divergence this morning. XY, you were probably not awake yet, but ES was continuing to kind of break below its opening range and just continue to drift lower, and then buyers were getting absorbed around those lows. NQ at that time was making like new highs a day, took out the overnight high. So there was a decent divergence there, but it looked like, in a weird way, ES was potentially leading. And then the way NQ was kind of building around those 800s, if we lost the 800s, it was going to be violent to the downside. So I wouldn't say like one dictates my thought process over the other. It just kind of is like what has my eyeballs potentially in that moment, because I can get in or out of either one of those assets like without much effort, like, 'cause I'm literally watching both at the same time. But sometimes NQ just takes precedent because I can historically scalp my way to like $1,000 day without a 9 to 5 in a few seconds, which is why that kind of has had my attention more often than ES does. But sometimes ES is at a level that I know or think it was likely to respect a little bit more, and NQ is doing NQ things. So when those situations happen and ES is kind of around one of those spots that makes sense in terms of like volume structure, then I probably may take the trade on ES.
So if you guys would like to quit your 9 to 5 job and live a 30-minute, $1,000 a day lifestyle like Nick, send in your application for his course, and he'll get back to you with a price.
Yeah, you can. My course will be oh, honey, I can't even make a joke right now.
Well, you want to hear something funny? This might be one of the funniest things I've read in a while. Where was it in the chat? Okay, so Elaine Robles 543 says, someone I know saying numbers showing in her dreams and marked it on the chart. That is as proprietary.
That's actually funny.
As proprietary levels get. It cannot get more proprietary than that. The only way to discover it is through somebody's dreams. You call Miss Cleo each morning for levels? Dude, you know, she should have offered a service like that before she fell off. Do a
Well, I'm sure
levels
people called her for the Powerball numbers.
level subscription. Oh yeah.
Speaking of which, I think Powerball's getting close to $1 billion again.
Yeah, Art 9515. You must be new to the show, but now that you're here, we are the ones to blame.
Yes.
You're welcome. It's us.
Yep.
All the regulars know. You need to be flat and finished with your trading day before we get on air.
Yeah, grab some snacks, a crisp beverage that you wind your day down with, and
Just wind down.
Just hang out with us.
Wind down with the volatility. Could this be a reverse dead body? Sellers aren't getting much. Structurally, not really. It's not the same, but yeah, they could definitely get like squeezed out. That's what my long was hoping for until I just got out of it and took the money. But yeah, the tape is slowly starting to turn, and if it doesn't turn back, well, price ain't gonna turn back. So perhaps I think with the dead body, you would need like a big node to trap, but this one is like half of the day's range, so it's not the same really. And also, yeah, you need like thinner volume structure on the top side. This kind of just like evens. It just, you know, it's a nice potential B shape or something like that.
Yeah, it's a B shape with the value area basically being like the true B here. Like this was, we got a nice move down, and then we kind of just were drifting a little lower and building volume down here. So yeah, not a typical dead body here.
The same thing could happen. It could definitely short squeeze, but it's just a little different. The runway isn't as smooth, I guess you could say, for like a really violent squeeze.
I mean, the bid is always out there, so
It's out there.
it's
Call me
it's
now
written.
for free levels.
And buyers were able to prevent us from making an L period low of the day.
Ah, with 30 seconds left, yeah. It's cool. The long's gonna work without me, as most trades do.
Mm-hmm.
Let's wait till I'm out of the trade and it goes.
We're gonna just send it back to 700, aren't we?
Monopoly 8752 says in defense to moon cycle guys, astro trading, GAN types, there are statistics that back it. I'll respect that. If that is the case, I will respect it. Also, there was a well, were people going to her for guidance on the markets because she was some kind of supposed clairvoyant, or was it just she's a really good market expert, I guess you would say?
I mean, would you consider yourself an indice whisperer?
Well, it depends. In some cases, calling generational lows.
I mean, hey guys, we're here over a week later. Has anyone seen 25,000 140s trade?
You got to move the chart down quite a bit to see them 140s. So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Also, what probably played a part is at one of the sessions I drew the super magnet on the upside. So it makes it really hard for price to seek lower prices.
I will say this though, if this reoffer holds potentially from that like 900 spot, it is likely that we will retrace back to the 140s, which is the
you don't know which 140s though.
You're
you
right.
Don't know which
but
one.
That is in fact basically that like 140s, 150s area on NQ. That is like literally a 50% retracement from the high to that swing low that we just completed. So
it's so simple.
Just FYI.
If we get to that price, whoever hits me up, like, hey, see, we're at 140s. I'll be like, and this isn't the one I was talking about.
Yeah. For all you know, he was talking about 22,140.
I was actually talking
Super
about
bearish.
140, like the actual 140, triple digits. Everything works if you believe in it. Take the trades and most important, manage them. Yeah. So Griffin, that's something I would agree with. I think any strategy can work as long as your risk management works. That's literally the only thing because we're not going to control where the market goes. We can only make educated guesses, right? But if you curb the risk, you have the edge, like quite literally. So,
but fiber optic is right. I did buy basically the last contract ever that traded at the 140s. In fact, we know that to be true because I was liquidated the second I tried to share that I had longed that contract, that generational low contract that I was planning on keeping the runner for rollover. And yeah, they didn't let me do that. They basically tried to silence me.
Well, someone said I paid extra to listen to this. Maybe y'all can dance too. What did you pay for? Did you buy internet or something?
I mean, the clearly my stop out signal was given, and you were able to retire about 35 points.
Yeah, honestly, that was literally the turn, and I hate it. I hate it so much. We had the signal live on stream. AOL online minutes. Oh man, throwback. Guys, guess how old Composite Trader is based off that comment. It's under Under 60 years old. I'll give you a hint. I've been selling the replay of Ninja streams. He's the best. Dude, Josh cracks me up, man. Nick's nickname is the Signal. I mean, that's kind of tough. That is hard. The Signal.
It is what it
But
is.
it's for like reasons you wouldn't assume. Someone introduced you as Nick the Signal. They're like, "Oh, he's got the trading signals." Like, no, not exactly that.
You know I've got a good eye for trades, but it's not allowed for me to
It's not what you
be
think it is.
successful all the time.
I played with Thundercats as a kid. Oh. So now the number starts going up. So they started like 37, 30, 34. And as soon as he said he played with Thundercats, I'm seeing 67, 48, 45. Price adjustments. 56. There you go. As new information comes in, things change. Age is squeezing. Is this a new low? I'm not gonna lie to you. A new low would make me feel a little bit better.
It would not make me feel any better.
Oh, that's right. You were on the
I
other
mean,
side.
it is what it is. I had a good day. Good day
Let's
for
see
a
if I can do
Monday.
a
It was
still
just
impression. A new low would be encouraging.
it
Or
would
some.
for anybody that is short from my stop. Oh, is it really? I just noticed we talked about that all-time high to that swing low that we put in and the generational lows that is 140, but the place I got stopped out at is also the point of control for all of that volume basically.
Like you got stopped at when in the morning?
I trailed my stop at like 620.
620 price?
Mhm.
Yep.
Which on the longer time frame is basically there's I don't know if it's the exact point of control because I'm kind of eyeballing here, but yeah, a lot of volume has traded there from the highs to lows.
And yours.
And mine. Yes, George. Classic Nick stop out.
Is there any other kind? Yeah, this is could definitely trade this lower now. They have tried that outside spot, came back, tried it again. That's a trapped node, not good. Back into the range, building well within the range. Getting to the low volume spot, having trouble really spiking this thing up and through, and that might mean that they're just going to now go back to 460s, or I don't know what I'm talking about and it's just gonna rip. That's also an option. PM sessions are super slow last 5 days. Last 8 months, maybe.
I mean, yeah, this is how many sessions is this? Let's see. 1, 2. The last 8 sessions, basically, we've traded in the same range in ES. Oof. Annoying.
That's such a funny clip.
I don't even remember saying it. Like anything else on the show with our lovely production folks that work harder than anybody else in show business that constantly get us to say things into a microphone that we don't remember that we said and then play it back for us for months and months and months.
The daily candle, if we close it around this range, it's pretty dirty because that's 2 wicks on the upside in that spot where it's like, right here, 2 attempts in the supply range, and well, yeah, it might not be pretty, but it's a double top, and those are fake. So
Yep. It's not real. Can't hurt us because it's not real.
conflicting information. Green
Yeah.
screen takes. Oh, Fractal. You know what? Fractal, what they did, what Ninja Trader did was they tricked us into going on this Naples trip, right? They kind of bamboozled us. They said, we're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna go to Naples. We're all gonna meet up, and then they put us to work. They put us in front of a green screen and actually made us work. So
They did. And I'm still waiting for that to come back and bite us in the butts.
yes. So that is in development, and be careful who you trust.
Thought we were friends,
Lesson of the
guys.
day. Lesson of the day. No,
Naples,
Florida.
Italy? No, unfortunately not yet. Maybe the next meetup. We'll get to go there and
Florida went well, so we'll do Italy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, come on. You and me going to Italy with Jim, I mean, that sounds like the greatest trip of all time.
Hell yeah. Wink, wink, backstage. Omni, what's up, man? Yes, I am not in a green position right now. I'm not sure the market's going to give me a chance.
I don't know if I want to take another trade.
Yeah, I'm not sure the market gives us. I mean, in 10 minutes, we're going to get the algo and still end up probably closing in this range. So that's gonna suck. Jim, can we just take the PJ?
You guys ain't going nowhere.
Oh, man.
Okay. Okay. You're scheming to get us to Lake Como? Well, we don't make the rules, so you've got the wrong guys. We don't have any power here, unfortunately.
Yeah. And if you guys have not actually liked this stream yet, please do so before Jim yells at us.
Theo says, so here was the situation. We start streaming, Nick short, XY short, an evening session on Fed Week. I was long.
Yeah, he was long.
I was long. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. I was long.
Yes, Dio, there's a high probability we probably don't do anything until XY and I are back on Wednesday.
I think I'm on tomorrow, actually.
Are you on tomorrow?
Hate us
I am
because
not.
they hate us.
I am on, trade the close. Trade the close with Jack tomorrow. And then it's FOMC. I'm actually double duty on Wednesday. I've got midday and then the close. So.
Well, I enjoy doing trade the close on FOMC day because it's just a lot of shenanigans.
Yeah, I do be firing at the hip on the FOMC days. So you guys tune in and pray that I don't cook myself. $600 watching, 145 likes. Oh, that hurts. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll let production correct me if I'm wrong, but I would assume we're doing another extended Wednesday FOMC stream like we did last time with the people much smarter than XY and I in terms of what some of this policy remarks and things actually mean leading up to the rate decision.
That's right. Special stream for FOMC. Yep.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Being smarter than Nick and I is a low benchmark also. So take that how you will.
Do you know how many basis points they're going to cut by? Are they going to cut?
All of them.
Yes. You're a big FOMC guy, huh? Name all the basis points.
Oh, look, they're moving. And then they're going
Oh
to
yeah,
stop.
this is, I mean, XY, if you didn't know, I'm apparently a learned doctor now. Someone asked me, when do I operate next in this morning's stream? So Dr. Nick here reporting for trading.
Dr. Nick, the signal. They're just piling up with nicknames. It's anything but Nick for a tick.
Yep.
Name all the operations, Nick. Big operations guy, huh?
I've had a decent amount of them myself. So
big ops guy, huh?
Yep, big operations guy, big orthopedic guy. You can now officially claim you play a doctor on TV. Yes, I think I would have made small fact. I actually was pre-med for a small period of time, very short period of time. I learned the level of science classes I was going to have to take at the University of Arizona, and I decided to. Well, I was actually trying to be a double major. I was trying to do business and also be pre-med because I'm just that person, and I realized that was a horrible idea.
Look where you are now. You're trading a 10 point.
I still don't have a job, guys. So maybe
trading
I
a 10-point
made
range.
The wrong decision.
Fast forward a few years. Trading between the 590s and the 620s.
Hope everyone in the chat hoping for that generational low return so they can get long.
There is a Dr. Nick soundbite from The Simpsons, if anyone's old enough to know that.
I stopped out pre-med. Yes, I did.
Planned it. Comical if we get one of those closes where we retrace half the day's range. I'm not sure we move, if I'm being honest. If we close, honestly, we close in this range in like 660s or below. It's probably going to continue tomorrow. But don't take that from me. I actually don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to
Just let us know when we're live.
we are so back.
we're back. Technical difficulties there. We had to go fight off the guys in black shirts in the white van that tried to stop me from telling you guys how good it is to have primary income with trading as your supplemental income.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got them.
They got me. They made sure to cut the stream before I was able to actually give you guys that information.
But guys, we don't have time left. Nick's going to say what he's got to say. Yep. We don't have much time. They're coming back.
No, what I was saying, guys, is I firmly believe, like, if I could still have my tech golden handcuffs, salary, stock options, and things, and then be able to scalp, a few points here and there every single day for a little bit and basically double, triple my income, whatever it would be, that would be amazing. I think for the average person, you can create that sort of supplemental income and still have a 95 and not trade out of fear. You can allow things to play out. You could swing trade if you don't have time. Like, I think it just opens up different opportunities because you're not forced to, in theory, pay yourself from your trading constantly like I do.
Attention traders, it's algo time.
Turn that van around. He's still going.
I mean, that was a professional right there of me stopping talking so they could get the soundbite in for Kane. Saw the clock.
Dude, ultimate professional. That's why they want Nick off the air so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this guy's too good. We've got to do something about it.
It's like a shot clock as we get close to that Kane algo. Well, I'm sorry, folks, that we have traded the same exact price levels from when XY and I came on to stream.
Literally.
The exact same price.
Oh, man. You know, while we had the van with us, we should have asked them to make it a little better for the afternoon streams. Nick off air, better not. Heart emoji, heart emoji.
They won't be able, the white van guys will never be able to silence me.
They've tried their best.
They've tried.
They drove
a tractor trailer through my neighborhood, which is not allowed because the power lines are so low, and they took out my fiber one day. So, they do these things. Not just normal human error when these things happen to me. It is, in fact, the white van. Yeah, Cooper, I'm sorry. Two consecutive ball crushing streams.
It's funny because it was only while you're on stream too, right? If you look at the timing,
yes,
that first hour it did nothing, you were on, and then it was moving around, and then you got on again, and it just totally shut off.
It died. Jobs are a psyop. I can't disagree with that. My old job was basically that.
Jobs are a psyop. If you live in LA, traffic is a psyop.
Birds aren't real.
Oh yeah, birds are just drones. Hideous action. Yeah, guys, if you feel bad for us, please hit the like.
Mm-hmm. If you don't feel bad for us and you've enjoyed this, also hit the like.
Yeah, if you hate us, one way to really stick it to us is to hit the like.
Yeah, that means they'll keep us coming back to trade 20-point ranges.
Took the like away for the PA. Sorry, not sorry. Well, maybe the PA is like this because people aren't hitting the likes.
Nick Trader needs to make a hype trading montage with Nick, but it's all vol crushing ranges. That's not nice. It's just me talking with my enthusiastic voice and highlights of this range.
That's how it ends.
It's me trying to create content out of a 20-point NQ range constantly. That's my highlight reel.
It's like a low light reel. Well, look, they're doing the thing without me now. I was in the 70s. I could have just left it there. Yeah, well.
Let's see what the double or nothing algo does. Does it get us back to the 640s, the point of control for the session?
Double or nothing in 1 minute. The Bitcoin made it to the session VWAP now. 91K.
Maybe that's what we'll be trading in the new year.
Bitcoin?
XY. Maybe we're gonna do a little micro Bitcoin futures.
Burbank to Staples Center took me 3 hours one time. Show up to your game. Burbank to Staples? 3 hours?
I had I was lied to taking a position after my department here in Texas got shut down at one point a couple years out of college. I got moved to a position that was supposed to be remote / in Orange County, and I had actually ended up driving from Orange County to Santa Monica every day for 3 months until I finally quit.
Wow.
And I would basically what I would do is I get up at 5 and I'd drive, and then I'd work out at 6 a.m. in Santa Monica, and then show up at the office at 7. But nobody else was there until like 9:30, and then I still had to stay till 5.
Insane. OC to Santa Monica.
It was the most
That is
miserable
insane.
time period in my life. I swear to God.
Dude, you spent half of your time awake every day.
It was
in
so
the car.
bad. I was so like mentally exhausted.
That's crazy.
And if you don't know Southern California traffic, if you don't know trying to get through from Santa Monica, whatever you want to call it, even to like the Long Beach, like how long that drive can actually take you.
Dude, that's
The only benefit was XY is like by the time I got to like Irvine, like there was no traffic anymore in Orange County. Like, cause it was like 7 o'clock.
That is absolutely a psyop. Yes. The job and the drive put together is a double psyop.
It's terrible.
And it almost broke him. Fractal, you dare tag Reginald without at least 6 emojis? Spread, hold on. Spread on Bitcoin is 40,000 ticks wide.
What?
Josh, are you lying? You messing with us? Or is that for real?
Yes, I traded it. Oh, I traded it in Sim before.
I would
never
guess
actually
it's
put live
pretty
money.
liquid.
But it was
It's
pretty
the
liquid.
Bitcoin.
It moved.
It's not like Bitcoin. It's the Bitcoin.
I passed a prop challenge trading nothing but it for fun.
With Bitcoin?
Yeah, because you could do it in like a day because it was moving. Like it was really moving. It was like when we first got over 100,000 and then it like liquidated back to 80. So it was moving for like 2 weeks.
Guys, please hit the likes before Jim comes. I can hear him. You can hear him upstairs.
Nick, why not move to Santa Monica? Why drive? Well, because they had originally told me that I could work remote, so I had signed a lease in Orange County.
Also, they just straight up lied to you.
Well, yeah, my boss suddenly was like, well, we really need you here in the office like as much as possible, like almost every day. And that turned into every day.
No, it's cool. You can be remote. And then it's
Hey,
like,
guys.
no. 6-hour commute every day. Oh, hey,
Dude, I
Jim.
went from we did our college visits in LA not for me, for junior. And I remember we decided, well, let's go see what Laguna's like. So we drove from Laguna back to West Hollywood, and it was what Nick said.
Yep.
It was, we're not going to school here.
That's why I really tried to avoid going north of like Huntington Beach at all times when I was living in Orange County. Just it suddenly becomes terrible to be in a car.
I love LA though.
I'm gonna live and die here. That's for sure.
So the micro Bitcoin does have a few ticks spread for sure. You look at a trading ladder, you'll see a few, 3, 4 tick spread. That's a fact. But it is liquid and it charts really nice and it moves. I mean, this is asset class is moving over 1% one way or the other every day.
Mm-hmm.
Guess that's maybe it's time. Maybe
We'll
after
see what
the new year, Nick
we'll
is
see what
trading crypto.
2026 brings us. Isn't there Ether futures too?
Yeah.
Is it liquid? Like
I don't know if it's as liquid as Bitcoin.
Ether, micro Ether is twice as liquid as the Bitcoin.
Really?
Whoa.
We did 115,000 contracts today.
Interesting.
Yeah. But today, I mean, the setup in Bitcoin was perfect today, especially if you, I don't know if you guys ever used the 9 EMA.
Never heard of it.
I didn't hear of it until recently. But I mean, it was a beautiful thing. I mean, the point of control was at the bottom of the day, just kind of going sideways here. End of day rally, boom, up all the way up to VWAP, past that 38.1% retracement. There's a blind spot there. There was Jacks 2 there. It was a beautiful setup.
Well, Nick and I had other plans. We wanted to see a 20-point range in NQ.
And now they decide to finally give XY the move after he's hate watched it for an hour.
Very cool. Very legal.
Right back to IB low, looks like.
He's
Previous day low.
Nobody talked to her.
See?
Yeah, why do you think he's talking about looking at new products for the new year?
Yeah, I gotta get out of this.
He's already done with
toxic
NQ.
relationship. I gotta find my way out.
Don't forget, we got Wednesday. You know what?
Don't worry. He'll go to a couples counseling with NQ tomorrow.
Yeah, by Wednesday we're all good.
He's good. He's back.
Yeah. So I mean, the markets are going to position themselves ahead of it. I mean, maybe not by very much, but they are.
A lovely move here. My goodness.
I know. I hate them.
Here we go. I heard a bell ring. Well, a little bit of end of day action there. Not too bad. Great job anyway, fellas. I must say. Not anyway, but great day. I mean, we're going to be here a little bit longer. We're not even to the 300 mark yet on the thumbs up. But I'll tell you, unless I got to hit my refresh. Hang on, maybe we are. Hang on.
Make sure you like it too.
This is my normal. Oh, wow. At 269, I mean.
I guess I'm not going outside today.
Yeah, you guys might be here for a while. 271. But all seriousness, no, the subscribe button is important to us. We appreciate subscriptions to the channel. It helps everybody. It's a great thing. It's free. We have unencumbered programming. There's no commercials. We even try to be entertaining, but we do have great content across the board. Great guests, diverse guests as well. As well as these two who are here several times a week doing what they do best, which is showing us how to trade. So we appreciate Nick. We appreciate XYZ, everybody, and we appreciate the subscriptions. So thanks for hitting that. Having said all that, guys, let's see who's here tomorrow. Do I even have a cheat sheet for tomorrow? I do. We have special guest Isaac Stone Fish is going to be with us tomorrow. I do not know Isaac, but I'm looking forward to that. T-Trades is going to be here for Tape Talk for a CME sponsored segment. Merritt, Black, and Christian Trading Boxes are going to be here to trade the open tomorrow. And then midday markets, Leo and supposedly Leo, it might be XYZ, but Leo and Selma are supposed to come for midday markets. Leo, if you're listening, man, come on. Where are you at?
I need to find out.
You're going to get the alarm go off, XYZ, on the phone call from Leo. I got a phone call.
Get on. We need a cover.
Oh, yeah. But trade the close. XYZ, you will be here this afternoon by hook or by crook with Jack, right?
Tomorrow, yes.
Awesome. Very good. And it's only Tuesday, so we got a lot of work to do this week. Christmas is not here quite yet, everybody, so don't take the whole month off, please. We appreciate you being here at Ninja Trader Live. Having said all that, folks, remember, most important message of the day. Be safe out there. Be good to each other. See you soon.
Cheers, guys.